All right, we're back. Let me see. Amy said, not too bad. Very hot here in Costa Rica. I'm going to say it again. Not too bad. Very hot here in Costa Rica. How you doing today? I'm doing great, though. I had a great day. I had a great day today. I spent a beautiful time. The channel catch some algorithm. It'll do just fine. I'll be talking about different topics. I want to get into the business of talking about different topics that matters. That's the video. If y'all want to look at it later on, that's the link for the video. And I think it was cool. It was cool for me to talk about something else. It was cool. It was cool for me to talk about something else. Actually, I was talking about cancel culture and how cancel culture, as we speak right now, is affecting battle rap. It's affecting hip hop music, news stations, like cancel culture, social media, everywhere, even here in true crime. I did mention true crime also. Um, I don't know. It felt good talking about something else besides true crime, and I have tough takes. So when I'm speaking from my heart. That video was in one take. I mean, all my videos are in one take. I don't know if you have realized, but all our videos, and I mean all our videos, but like two. The one the promotional for harsh reality, that was full edit. I edit that one full edit, and the one the promo for the reporters room. Big shout out to Jessica. Big shout out to Jessica from the reporters room. Again, agree to disagree. All content creators had the right to do with their channel what they want to do. That at some point, us, yeah, we could pinpoint key pointers of conversation that we disagree, and we could blast them on a video footage. But at the same time, I don't know if you have realized on those two edit videos that we have 3D graphics and stuff like that. And those two edit videos, I think that I have the most fun making those two videos. Like I had the most fun in my career in YouTube. And also those two videos were one take, but edit. It was one take. I needed to fix that. All our videos are one take. All our videos, all of them, one take. And then the editing and those two. But those two videos would one take also. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of that though. I'm pretty proud that I could give you like on edit perspective, that I could just turn on the camera and I could talk to you exactly how I feel about things, or not just how I feel, but also due to the information provided, what's my take, what's my understanding with whatever is going on in true crime. But we're doing a lot of beautiful things in YouTube. Um, Again, it's like I said in one of our live streams in the Jrod On Point channel. that it was titled After the Storm is the Peace. And yeah, after the storm is always the peace, guys. After the storm is always peace. I think right now we are on a peace in a peaceful side of things. Right now we are very focused on our YouTube career. We are very focused on the information that we provide into the community. We are very focused on our homework. We are actually very proud of our homework. It seems that everything that we have spoke from the very beginning in the Idaho 4 and the Kiely Rodni case also, we've been very accurate. And I will say keyword very, because if I'm gonna compare myself with other content creators in YouTube, I would like to say that since I've been here in YouTube, we have had like the best information, like the stuff that it makes the most sense. That's why I call myself Jrod on point, because I'm basing my commentary, I'm basing my performance in common sense. So common sense to give you the opportunity to be on point. You know, whatever doesn't make sense, it doesn't make money. Again, we're not here in true crime for the money factor. But after we fix some paperwork that we got going on with YouTube and some little administrative things, and as soon as they get back to us due to the day slacking, we'll be back on getting that money. For now, I have a duty to be here with you and inform you with the latest of what's going on in true crime. So I gotta say, I had the opportunity to visit a very, very great content creator, the True Crime Cafe with Dago and Mama Bear. Big shout out to both of them. They are amazing people. I feel right at home when I'm over there on their community. Like is great. Is they are amazing, great people. Very level headed. They like to have fun. It's amazing. Big shout out to him. Congratulations on 6,000 subscribers. Big shout out. And he hit different when Jrod points in a big shout out to Dago. And congratulations on his 6,000 subscriptions. That's a great goal. That's amazing work. That's amazing work. Big shout out to Dago. Big shout out to Evil JC. Big shout out to Southern Logic, Doctora Latina, Speak Van Holding, Harsh Reality. We miss Harsh Reality around here though. We haven't had him like for what, 2 days? And I'm one of those that I have to. It's like coffee in the morning. It's like coffee in the morning. You know, while I'm drinking coffee in the morning, I have to watch me my fresh, brand new, crispy, clean, brand new episode of Harsh Reality. It hit different. That's my brother. It hit different when early in the morning with some delicioso or delicioso cafe, sit back and watch the newest episode of Harsh Reality. It hit different. I miss my brother. I haven't had no daily dose like what, 2 days. I'm having withdrawals. This is not good. Yeah, I know, Amy. It's like, where's my brother? He's an absolute vacation. I'll tell you that much. He's on absolute vacation. That means totally disconnected from everything, and that's good. Sometimes you have to do that. It allows you to detox from YouTube and the toxicity, you know. And sometimes, you know, we love the support, but at the same time, like when, you know, we have people on a comment section that disagree with us and are actually a little rude, and they say a little bit too much that they don't have to say, like cursing words and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes we just like, damn, like, why I gotta be like that? You know what I mean? It's not even that serious. but not everyone deal with situations the same way. So sometimes, and I mean sometimes, it's good to take a break. It's good to just listen. Just leave the phone alone. Play some solitary. Play spades. Play dominoes in the computer. Um, whatever you play in the computer, do something else. Just keep your mind busy. Keep your mind busy doing other things, something, yeah, decompressing, just oh my god, it's so good. Give me more, give me more decompression, just relaxation, just I do that a lot. Like, how can I say it? Like, yeah, I'm a YouTuber, and I handle my business at home, and everything that I got going on with the family and stuff like that. And 9 times out of 10, I just like to shut off the computer. 9 times out of 10, like if I'm caught up with all my channel maintenance, because I hope y'all know, as a content creator, you have to do a lot of channel maintenance. That's like, you can you cannot miss on your channel maintenance, because you know you have to change things in your channel. You have to, like, sometimes you got to go back to your videos because you forgot to fix something on the settings or whatnot. So 9 times out of 10, I go through the titles, make sure the titles are actually indicative of what you're going to see on the video. I don't like clickbait. I like that if you click on the video, you will get what the title is indicated. You know what I mean? So yeah, we like to keep it like that. We like to keep it like that. But big shout outs to Dago. We want to share with y'all. We want to share with y'all. We at the end of this live stream, because it doesn't allow me to do it now before the live stream when I'm streaming on StreamYard. Um, I will have a tag down below on the description. I will have the True Crime Cafe with Dago, link down below in the description. I will have JC, I will have Southern Logic, and probably many others content creators on the description down below, especially if it was content creators that it was within this clip. Um, Big shout out to Doctora Latina, saludo. So we are about to share with you our beautiful 2 days. We spent 2 different days at the True Crime with Dago, and I'm gonna share with you those 2 days, and then at the end, I'm gonna share today's live stream of Southern Logic. So without further ado, so without further ado, let me introduce to you, which they don't need no introduction. Let me introduce to you True Crime Cafe with Dago, featuring JC, Doctora Latina, myself, and many others. Let's enjoy, guys. Let's have a good time.
Hello.
Hello,
Good to
Doctora
have you
Latina.
here. Yeah, you gotta turn your microphone up, Patricia.
Yay. What's up, Ja?
Hey,
What's up, Doc?
CJ. Hey, Dago. Couple of things. So, with all due respect to the previous caller, well, first of all, I do agree. We don't know everything.
Right.
Absolutely don't. And I think we need to let this process unfold. And
Yeah.
however, that being said, where I disagree would be, and respectfully, would be for me as a 30-year practicing MD. I
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
even get to the PCA. I didn't even get to the arrest before I began feeling troubled by
Yes.
information and missteps that were clear to me as a medical professional from the get-go. And I'm just going to say this, that there were two things. I think I've already told you this, Dago, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
But from week one, the two things that that were immediately troublesome to me were the statements by the coroner. Two things she said, I thought, uh-oh. One was that she was very uncomfortable, and that's not why I was
Oh yeah, yeah,
but she was uncomfortable.
definitely.
And
I
she
agree.
was hemming and hawing. And when she finally stated that she actually had not entered the crime scene to evaluate for, to confirm death of these 4 victims until after the 5 p.m. hour, after essentially everything had been cleared by law enforcement, right away I said, because how would she be able to know if something had been moved, etc.? So she, the point of an administrative person, she's not the medical examiner, but she is the coroner, is they're supposed to be on the scene, and they're supposed to be photographing, taking maybe a core body temperature that would have given us information about the time of death, maybe, etc.
Yeah.
She failed to do that. And in that first interview, she essentially deflected having not done that by stating that law enforcement locally told her she couldn't enter the scene. Well, right there's a break in the chain of custody in the processing of the crime scene. That's number one. Number two thing she said, and I thought, double uh-oh, was when she was asked about the importance of the toxicology screens on the 4 victims. She point blank stated that she knew that it wasn't those tox screens would not be relevant.
Right.
How could she even say that? Because guess what? If those kids had been given something laced with some substance, i.e. fentanyl, even if it was against their will, or if they'd been given a roofie so that they were asleep and then they were, illed with a K, unalived, however you all say it there, that would be very relevant. So she made these broad brush, bold statements that were not based on evidence informed research or reality. So boom. So that's number one. And then I'll hush when I give you number two. Number two, what was number two? I had my points in my head. Wait a minute. So that was she. And then, no, I think there are many other points. But the other thing that I found troubling was that within that week, maybe it was the second week when you had Santa Claus, which his name I'm forgetting, the prosecuting attorney, the main prosecuting attorney, the gentleman, I can't think of his name right now. He made a statement regarding that this was a targeted, either the residents or the victims were targeted. And within 24 hours, Chief Fry came out and said the prosecution misspoke.
Yes.
What do you mean he misspoke? You, as Fry, have given the prosecution the case. So right away I thought, wait a second. How could you say the person who has been given the criminal case, i.e. the state of Idaho, is quote, quote, misspeaking? So that was another red flag. I did have my third. Oh, here's my third red flag. And I know I said this to you a couple weeks ago. That I think it was you, or it was Lana, that like when I used to be on call for hospital for 25 years, I was on call, right? And then I turned older. Now I'm 62. So after a certain age, I didn't have to be on call. And then the hospitalists came into being. So we really didn't have to admit our patients directly from office or during the night. However, the best practices, standard of care in the medical community for first responders and for physicians is if you're called, you have 15 minutes. This is at every hospital I think I've practiced it in 4 states now. Every hospital gives us 15 minutes to respond to that either that beeper call or the call from wherever your answering service. And if you don't, which one time I did not in my 25 years because I was out of range in a rural area, And I bet you it was 20 to 25 minutes before the beep came through, delayed. I called the ER. Do you know I was reprimanded by the hospital? I mean, not like I didn't get written up or anything, but they were like, it's been 24 minutes. Why didn't you call within the 15-minute window? And I said, I'm out in a rural area and there was a patch where we are. But my point to you is, even though I was in the rural area, I was within 30 minutes of the emergency room because I knew that was required. So let's go back to Fry and let's go back to Payne. To me, it was and it continues to be troubling and stunning that they were not within 30 minutes of being present at the scene of a quadruple murder. They waited. They said they were out of town 4 hours. You can't do that. That's beyond irregular. Then they have to have an on-call first responder from their department.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
You see what I'm saying, man? So I know I'm going on and on, but for me, I'm sorry. Let me say one thing. For me, it has absolutely nothing to do with the PCA, the sheath, the this, that. Yes, all of that has begun to pile up, but I am talking about the fundamental statements and procedures and protocols that, to me, were broken at the get-go.
Yes, I agree. That I'm a retired firefighter EMS.
Yeah, I know you are.
From the very beginning, why did we not go in? Why were we held back?
Exacto. You guys weren't allowed. Yes.
That's right. And that's what I'm saying. That's protocol. And I called everywhere. I called multiple different areas. Standard operating procedure. When a call comes in for an unconscious person, you'll know this as a doctor, that EMS is automatically rolled with PD or before.
Absolutely. No, because I was a director of a clinic out in Western Jersey. Unfortunately, we had a very high-risk population. We probably called 911 3-5 times a week for really ill patients, cardiac, respiratory, babies. Yes. Police would arrive, PD would arrive, and within probably 2 minutes, right behind them came ACLS, EMS. Yes. Right behind them. It was like peanut butter and jelly, salt and pepper.
That's it. 100%. That's the best way to put it. I love that. So why were they held back? Why was the coroner held back? What was going on that they had to keep the people that should have been there? That's why EMS should have been in the PCA as well as the first responding officers, because that's how it works. No,
absolutely. They weren't. No. And I've been in many situations where the PD comes in to the 911 call and they're like, the person looks fine to me. I'm like, no, hello, you're not the EMS and you're not the physician. The person does not look fine, but they're ready to sort of punt. And then EMS comes and they say, no, move aside, and they do their business.
Yes, ma'am.
We all have our roles, and those important, cardinal, crucial roles were pushed aside.
And that's a big.
You're there for a reason too.
Huge thing for me, because I understand we have the police officers are trained in some. BLS, basic life support, things like that to help.
They do. And they do. Sometimes they'll put oxygen on, whatever. I've been in rural areas where they're
Narcan now, all that stuff. Yes, ma'am. That's absolutely correct. I've never seen a scene. I've never seen a scene this extreme either, but I've never seen a scene where the police have not arrived before us and we come in behind them with our bags on our shoulders and our equipment, and they step to the side so we can check the situation to ensure, yes, these people are deceased. Where and why are they deceased? Where are the wounds bleeding from? So on and so forth, which was another reason I had an issue with the fact that they were held out. Therefore, they didn't see that sheath on the bed.
Exactly.
That's a problem. That's a problem for me. So that's all.
And then you saw it with the police. I don't know if it was CJ or Lana, or maybe it was you. I don't remember. I think it was actually Lana recently showed a prior to this quadruple murder, back in August of 22, there was some guy that took an overdose. Maybe he had some sort of like pot, cannabis oil. I don't know. I don't remember, but he was like,
somebody put it in his drink.
Exactly.
Right.
And he was like, I feel weird. I feel this. I feel that. And the police responded, no EMS. That police office, and the guy was paranoid. He's like, they're surrounding me. I feel weird. And the guy said, well, do you have any roommates at home? He's like, no. Why don't you call a friend? He called a friend. The friend was like 30 minutes away. The police officer was like, just go in and relax. I'm like, just go in and relax. This
Yeah.
guy merited an EMS evaluation and a possible transfer to the ER because, like the fentanyl thing, that guy Caden, I think it was, he was dismissed from ER after a fentanyl overdose. It is very possible that he was dismissed and then he had a rebound overdose an hour later. So we don't know with these weird synthetic opioids. So how could this officer? The officer didn't even take a blood pressure. So I guess I'm watching all of this and I'm just rattling at the mouth, and I feel like I'm like really getting a little pissed. So I have to hang up now because I'm getting my
Right. You're starting to replay it in your head. And,
yes, I'm sorry. I'm replaying it. I'm upset.
Right.
I'm upset.
We appreciate you, Jrod, very much. We do.
Yeah,
the whole community
so awesome.
does. I hope you know that. We really do.
No, I'm sorry if I'm sounding so impassioned, and I apologize to the chat, but this has really been on my mind and my heart. And thank you for listening to me. And I will go back into chat and be quiet now.
And thank you so very much for for expressing how you feel and your thoughts on this. We do appreciate you so very much.
All right. Okay, guys. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dago, for bringing me up.
Yeah, 1 second, sir. Let me see if I can get Miss Patty to hear. Can you hear me, Patty?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Patricia? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I turned my mic up. Sorry, I got a new mic. I don't know how to use anything. I'm trying to anyway.
Okay.
But I'm gonna say this fast.
Okay.
But everybody needs to have their eyes wide open and a head on a swivel. This is our world. You should be scared.
I agree.
This is not the normal. We can trust all the police. They're here to protect us. Have y'all not the thing that Dago was in Rory's live last night? Those videos we watched. If you watched, I think it's the last one. The police look. There's something not right.
We're covering that today here after we're done with this.
I don't sleep good at night. I had dreams about them, and I don't know these kids, but my mama, anytime something happened to a kid, she had a lung transplant. She found out it was a 12-year-old's lung. The only thing she could say was, that's somebody's baby.
Yes.
Aww.
I had Kiely and Maddie because everybody's just like, let the house get tore down and everything else. And it's my conscience probably, like, I don't, get in all this other stuff, but I'm just saying when they're screaming, don't just let this go. There's more to this. This is bigger than Idaho. And if your kids are going to college, you need to be scared, and everybody better be ready to stand up. The FBI, y'all, this is much bigger than Idaho. And if we don't do something, these kids are given this stuff and they're used as test dummies. They manipulate them.
Starting soon.
They do what they do. How does that happen? How do 4 people, you know why they did that? That scared somebody. So somebody didn't open their mouth. And that's what that is. And that's why nobody's talking. I don't know that Fry has anything to do with it. To me, he went with his wife somewhere and he did have somebody on call. But I guess because it was so horrific to me, he kind of looks like the dummy, and I'm not being mean. But I think they're corrupt. Interviews, he's saying stuff, but they're telling him to shut up. And they could be threatening his life. Like, this is bigger than just one place. And so people are not going to say anything. But if you're sending your kid to school, it's not just in Idaho. You need to conversations with these kids. Whatever they think, if they're stressed out, they want to do something to relax, do not. Watch your drink when you go off. Don't do this because they get in it and they can't get out. And then that's what happened to these kids. And Dylan is evil. I'm sorry. There's no other word for it. If you look at the girl's eyes, she is the ringleader in all this. I believe that's why Bethany's name wasn't mentioned, because I think Dylan was told to keep Bethany at bay, and Bethany flipped out. I think that's the one that flipped out when she figured out everything that happened. But these kids' lives are being in trouble, and I do not think, I'm sorry if anybody gets mad at me, Dylan is state of shock. My state of shock is if I'm not calling 911, I'm screaming to the heavens. Okay, I'm not staying in that house. I mean, are you serious? No. I'm not taking up for Bethany saying she's completely innocent, but I'm sorry. I think Dylan is the ringleader. My cousin died in a similar way to all of this, and you just know what you know, and that's why I'm up here. I'm just telling y'all, don't just think, oh, it's not my kid. Y'all, these kids were not bad kids. They were not bad
No.
kids. They get in this and don't know what's even going on. And if y'all don't think law enforcement, y'all, I'm telling y'all that the people that are not supposed to be in it are in it. And if we don't all watch what's going on, America's not going to be America anymore either. And that's what's going on. We are being torn apart from the inside out, and we have to stand up for our kids and their freedoms, because we're going to die. They're going to be here. Is this what we want to leave them in? We can't keep on saying that everybody's innocent. And I know we can't just say that about every person, but we have to keep an open mind and watch. If you see what's going on in this case, they're playing us like we are stupid. Do y'all hear me? That PCA, that man said he saw that.
Well, we've been ridiculed because we've been.
That man said he saw that sheet from the door. Y'all, that's illegal. That case should have been thrown out. He saw that sheet from the door. That's a lie. It was under her body. Why do you think they didn't call the police? Man, Kiely was scared of them police. She was scared of a lot. And I feel bad, even though I didn't know. Like, I beg God, please, them kids are young. I'm 40. Let me go. I can't imagine. I don't want to imagine. It drives me crazy. And when I tell y'all I cry, because I get emotional about everything, but like, all I can think is that somebody's babies. And if I was their parents, I would be in jail, just like Steve's doing. Who tells somebody's parents that they don't need? What did you just say to me? That's my kid. You have lost your mind. But I think Ethan's parents know that it's bigger than what they can handle, and they knew what they could do for the other two. But like Steve is like me. It's like, nope. But I would be in jail. He's had more restraint than me. So all y'all that think he's crazy, y'all ain't seen crazy, baby. Because if that was my kid, I don't care, on TV, throughout the world, I would have showed my butt. That's all I'm saying, y'all. So just you're protecting your babies.
I can take a guess here, and I can guess that you're a Southern mother. So yeah, I can agree with you. I get it. I get it.
No, we totally understand your passion.
Yes, and I've had people lie to me, like,
ridiculed about it.
That said they loved me,
Speaking
and I was stupid because I thought everybody just loved you if you loved them back. And that's these girls. I don't think they were just out selling drugs. I think they got into something that was bigger than them, and they could not get out of it, and they were scared to death. And that makes me so mad about the way they died. I don't know. Like, no, I do not think Bryan Kohberger. There's no way. Okay, one person did this, so the other person stood there waiting on their time to die. That don't even make.
No, I agree. We do, like you just said, we appreciate the passion you have for that, and thank you for feeling that way, because that's what needs to be. That's what we all need to feel. I agree. But thank you for jumping up here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. And I don't think about, like, I know what I'm saying now. They can put me down. They can find me. I don't care, because you know what? Somebody's got to start somewhere, and I cannot let this go. That house don't need to be torn down. No, that's why what's going to happen. I don't know what to do. I'm in Alabama, so good Lord. But I'm going to do whatever I can do sitting right here, because these are our children's futures, and it's just scary. So that's all I want to say, y'all. I just want everybody to be aware. I was saying it in chat, but it's like nobody was paying attention. I was like, no, people's got to look at me and listen to what I'm saying.
No, that's what our communities are about. That's why, even though we were getting ridiculed for a couple months pretty damn hard recently, because we have that same passion that you do. We totally agree with you. We totally feel you. We feel where you're coming from. We feel that fire in your soul when it comes to the stuff you're saying.
Every time I do it, I bust out crying. So I'm not able to even finish the live.
And it's important to us. It's important to us, to all of us, because if it wasn't, then we would have folded with all that ridicule instead of still standing strong and still believing in what we believe here. You know what I mean? So we appreciate your passion for real.
And there's other cases that are like this. When it quacks like a duck, y'all, it's a duck. Okay.
Right. Well, you're gonna find that out tomorrow, because that's where we're going tomorrow.
Okay. And I mean, I've had some of the same ideas y'all have, and Dago, CJ's very, very, very respectful. I work a lot, so I'm in and out. Sometimes when I'm in, I can't, like, I'm engaged in work and this, but I have been because it haunts me. And I just feel like these kids should not die in vain like that. I mean, I don't even know what good it'll do is help the parents. It don't fix anything. It don't heal anything. I mean, I would be mad. I don't know. I bless them, because they better than me. I just don't know what I would do.
I get it.
Scary position in so many ways.
And then you got to be scared for your other kids. I'm sorry, Steve knows something. That's why he's doing what he's doing, because I don't know who. I wish I could tell y'all who it was, But I know that these poor kids are scared to death, and when 4 people die, you're going to close your mouth because you know what? That's too scary, man.
Yeah, I agree.
And they shouldn't have to deal with that. Okay, thank y'all.
No,
I'm sorry,
you're
but
right.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am. That's all right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. And again, like CJ said, we appreciate your passion. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you for supporting us very much so. All right, gentlemen, thank you. Sorry, keep it real. Sorry, and what's up, Jrod? Thank you for jumping up here, brother. I appreciate you. What can I do for you? I think keep it real. You's up here first. What do you have to say, my friend? And we gotta try to shorten these up a little bit.
Short and sweet. I had a friend that went into 4chan, her and a bunch of other people. She told me that Bryan confessed about this whole killing, and that hasn't been out to the public yet. But that had occurred, and
so what's the alibi about then?
I don't know what the alibi is. To me, it's a delay tactic.
Yeah.
Why is he being defended? If he that doesn't. I mean, nothing against.
I mean, we
anybody.
saw the document.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
We saw the document that just came
It's
out.
like the same thing with the case that I've seen that was a murder, and I wrote in the back about alleles and statistic threshold. The Sierra Lamar case, that individual went 3 years, not said nothing, didn't make a plea. He has that right to do that. Eventually, he made his plea of saying not guilty, went through the whole process. It was basically, I call it a clown show. And in the end, there was 3 other cases plus DNA matching him. Still to this day, he only spoke and said, I didn't do it, despite his DNA and the girl's DNA was in the car and on the road.
Okay. Gotcha.
But with the sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I'm not contesting what you're saying. I haven't seen it, so I didn't know. You know what I mean?
It's not a problem. Someone asked a question about how they could figure out the DNA in a trash. Well, when I'm learning from the forensic side was when they do the allele count, they listen to a certain sound, and that certain sound of echo gives that statistic threshold. And then each person has their own DNA statistic threshold. If there's more mixture, it gets harder. But if it's completely like this and this, you can match it.
Okay.
It's very difficult. You would have to watch and be in a courtroom for like what I did for on and off 5 years to understand it. I still don't understand it. I just look at this case. This is just a delay tactic, and expect that.
I get it. Absolutely. Okay. It's definitely interesting. That's for sure. I appreciate you coming up here to talk about that, my friend. I do. Absolutely.
I hope you have the time for another day because to me, with being Idaho, D.R. Coon's case, the baby that's 2 years old would have been.
Oh, yeah, I know.
That itself, it kind of reminds me of this on here of like what is going on with the police department and everything else. Why aren't you making an arrest?
Actually, I'm going to be revisiting that case here within the next couple of weeks. I've had it on my list to do that. So if you're interested, come on around. We'll be looking at it.
And then I'll bring one of the advocates that I know that they have their campaign going for PI, Philip Klein, to come back in. So I'll continue with you.
Sounds good, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, people. Bye, Jrod on point and everyone else.
All right.
Yeah,
have a good day, sir.
And just keep in mind, like 4chan, dude, there's so much stuff out there. Like you could find posts saying the sun's blue, bro.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of stuff on there that's way out there. But no, I respect what you're saying, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah.
No problem. I'm going back into the chat. God bless everybody and have a good day.
Same to you, brother. Jrod, my friend, how are you?
Dago.
What's up, brother?
Hey, man, I had to come and see you, brother. A big shout out to JC, man. Big shout out to both of you. Big shout out to the whole chat, moderators. Big shout out to all subscribers. Please make sure to click like and subscribe to Dago. Man, I had to come here and say hi to you and show my respects to you, your content, your community. We share common subscribers. Big shout out to Joanne. Big shout out to many others here. They show so much love for you. No Shane's no more. Big shout out. See, he or she's a moderator here. They over there on our channel too. They always come and show love to you and always tell me, come and say hi to Dago. We need y'all to sit down and talk about this. And again, I'm looking forward to go and chit chat with JC on his channel also, due to I could appreciate the tone that both for you, inclusive US of all trades and Harsh and other content creators that have kept their unbiased in the conversation clean. I think we could all appreciate that though. And I just wanna give you your flowers, give the flowers to JC for the great content y'all putting out, for the sincerity on the tone. And we just need to keep it going. And if y'all wanna sit down and talk for a few seconds, few key pointers within this case, let me know. I'm ready to go. Big shout out to Angela, she's here.
Thank you. I appreciate that, my friend. I do. And we can talk about that. Absolutely.
So I gotta stop it for a second, guys. Dago. It's my guy. Big shout out to Dago. Congratulations on his 6,000 and counting subscriptions. That's my guy. It hit different when Jrod Point tell you. It hit different when Jrod Point tell you. Big shout outs to my guy Dago and JC. It hit different. Let's continue. In that let's piggyback on what the earlier collaborator spoke about. The Bryan Kohberger confessed to the crime. Okay, so even if
I'm just saying, why would he come out with paperwork for an alibi today if he confessed? That's all.
I'm gonna come with the bullshit. I'm sorry.
I don't want to be disrespectful. I've never seen that anywhere, and I just, nothing against you, sir, that was up here talking about it. It just doesn't sound like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean?
For me personally, as soon as I hear someone say 4chan said, or I saw on 4chan, my radar goes up immediately.
Yeah.
That's,
the sun is blue.
Yes, right. So that's all I had to say on that.
No disrespect.
It's the truth, though. No disrespect. Right. It's just the truth. We've all learned that mistake already, our own selves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you just have to totally vet like crazy.
Take everything
really,
with
really hardcore.
Not even a grain of salt. You have to take everything on there with like a atom, a molecule.
A pound of salt.
Yeah. I heard the opposite way. Yes, a pound of salt.
Yeah,
right.
A pound.
Yeah.
20 skin cells worth.
That's when it comes the part of doing our own homework. You know what I mean? So let's say, for example, if Bryan Kohberger indeed confessed to the crime. So big shout out to Doctora Latina. She's amazing. I can't wait until I have the opportunity to have a conversation with her. If you allow me, big shout out to John Q. I have John Q on the phone line. I don't know if y'all realize I'm trying to be so serious. I don't know if y'all realize I'm trying. Listen, I don't know if y'all heard me when I say I know I'm about to start with the bullshit. I say, as soon as I said, don't hurt me no more. and then I'm like, You see, I want to start with what the guy said about Kohberger confessing the crime. And I'm going to start with that bullshit. And all this shit, while I'm trying to keep the serious face. Like, I swear to God, listen, I just want to like just fall back on my chair just with the legs up and shit. Like, just start laughing and shit. But I couldn't. I was in a very serious show. We was talking about the good shit, the stuff that the people need to be listened to. I don't know if you have seen this since the video started. Doctora Latina is like, ha, 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 ha. Doctora Latina is like, just knocking heads out. Then that lady, that older lady, she was like, with that good information, what the people need to be listened to. This live stream was so important for the community. This live stream was and is at this day today, the information in this video is absolutely top notch in the whole true crime hemisphere. It hit different. It hit different when content creators could just sit. Content creators or not content creators, we're talking about everyone that loves true crime, everyone that is here in true crimes, because we want to break these cases to the atom to help the victims. We want resolution for the victims. So even though right now everything sounds funny, that's why you see me, I'm trying to keep my serious face. I'm laughing now. I was not laughing then. I mean, I did, but you know what I'm saying. It is a serious show. We're talking about the real meats and potato with gravy on top. Know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. The meats and potatoes. That good meats and potatoes with gravy on top. On top of those potatoes and las papas, encima las papas, you put that good gravy on top of las papas, mash them a little bit down. Ooh. Ooh. This show is one, así, la papa, chica, la papa. This show right here that is on the Dago's channel, please make sure, and I need to do this, please make sure that y'all do this. Oh, I'm prepared. Oh, you know I'm prepared. Oh yeah, you know I'm prepared. You know I'm prepared. Please make sure to subscribe to the True Crime Cafe with Dago. Dago, that's my guy. Is it the work, the conversation, the tone, in a way? Sí, carne con papa, chica. Ah, riquísimo. Muchacha. Sí, pero mira, con salsita por encima, a las papas, una salsita así bien rica. That's what this show is. It's just some meats and potatoes with gravy on top. I'm trying to tell you, this live stream that is at Dago's, please make sure to click subscribe, like, and share the content. Share the content with your community. Share your content on social media. This show right here is increasing the higher standard in true crime. And Dago Mama Bear are doing that. You know, having a family environment with respect, we have fun, it's a great show. It has become one of my favorite shows. Like, I really don't have many favorite true crime channels that I consider, and Dago has become one of my favorites, just like Harsh Reality, Spinkbot Holdings, Southern Logic, um, Jules. I like Jules though. We had a little mishap in the past, and she probably will never talk to me ever again after that. But it's okay. It's fine. She's not hurting no one, but she's doing a great job. You know what I mean? So big shout outs to Joel of all trades. Big shout outs to her. We appreciate so much the great job that she's doing in the true crime community. She's doing great. But again, and is many others content creators that I do consider, like when I'm searching like for a fresh breath of air, that I just wanna watch something that is healthy, that is digestible, and I could take it with me. And it's because it's a good experience, it's a good hearing, um, it's a good analytical concept. It's a straight cut, like no cuts. It's a straight raw. Like this is okay. This is how it looks like. We're not saying that by any chance that this is it, but this is how it's looking at. It's looking like this, and it don't matter if the outcome at the end is not referred to what it looks like right now, but as we speak, this is how it looks like. We can't like it. Listen, I go to all these YouTube channels that he has the hate for Kohberger. I don't know if they following a, how can I say it? I don't know if they following a paid agenda, because they also could get paid having opportunities with those news channels that are pushing the same narrative. For example, we have seen certain content creators that we are not going to mention appearing on News Nation with false narrative. They using them as a pawn, because the News Nation create the virus, which is the narrative. After they put it out, they utilize those content creators to infect the whole community. They implant the virus on these true crime content creators that they don't have either no analytical concept, they really don't have no idea what they're talking about, and they literally creating and inventing, freestyling as they go, as long as the narrative will fit to whatever they're talking about. So when I go out there researching for true crime, and I come across these content creators that at the moment that I'm searching through, they are live, and I always click. I always like to take the beat. I always like to go and take the beat of what's the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna go in their chat room and show hate. Like, if I disagree with people, like I don't do no good with going to their chat room and just post something that just to satisfy what, you know what I mean? Like, if I disagree with you, I don't have to cross words with you. Like, why I'm gonna try to help you for you to get a proper perspective of what's going on. That's just actually on my benefit. Don't you think? Like, if they doing all these crazy concept of what they think about Kohberger being guilty and this and this and that. Okay, he could be. We don't know. But at the same time, we're not going to sit here and say like, yeah, he's guilty because whatever they have right now, because right now they don't have nothing. Nada. Ellos no tienen nada. And until they come with something that actually cannot be a surprise, because this is what everybody needs to understand. Prosecution cannot surprise nor ambush the defense. What I mean by that they are not allowed by law to present no evidence against Kohberger, that the defense haven't had the time to analyze the evidence and have the proper time to build on that evidence. Defense don't have to provide nothing to prosecution. I want to make that clear. The defense do not have to give no alibi. They don't have to do nothing until prosecution is done giving up whatever they are going to use on a possible trial. The defense could request extra time, and Kohberger will not lose the benefit and the privilege of speedy trial, because even though if the defense are the ones from demanding more time to prepare, when it's blamed on the prosecution, that decision of the judge giving the defense more time without affecting the speedy trial rights, all that weight lays on the prosecution. Because if Ann Taylor requests more time on top of whatever she's requesting right now with the state, common sense that she gonna request that extra time, and she gonna tell the judge why she need that time. And as soon as she tell the judge, the prosecution has not give us what we need to get ready for this. You either give us more time or you must acquit. You either give us more time or you must acquit. The burden falls on the prosecution. The defense is doing this right now. Kohberger is just sitting in jail eating ramen noodle soups on his tablet, try to find out what the fuck he gonna do with all these millions of dollars that he gonna make if he get out of this one. He's like this. Ann Taylor right now laying back on her hotel like this, on a jacuzzi or some shit like that, drinking champagne. Like, these people don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're stupid. It's like the time they taking to proceed. You know, the people is talking about, oh, but if you have an alibi that it will get you out of this, you would have given it done long time ago and you would be out. No, he won't. He could give an alibi tomorrow that is 100% proven. He could give an alibi tomorrow that is 100% proven, and he still will not get out. This is how much of these content creators from the other side of true crime, this is how much they don't know. This is what I consider fans of true crime. I call them wannabes. Those are the content creators they wanna be. They make believe to people that they are content creators, but they not. Yeah, they put in content out, but the foundation of their narrative, the foundation of their speech when they talk to you here in this camera lens is based on an agenda that is on a higher percent of the powers to be. They following suit. They not leading. They not taking charge. They not leading the community to think properly and to think healthy about what's going on with this case. It just common sense. It just common sense. Like even JC and Dago, they admit that at one point they thought that Bryan Kohberger was French fries, that he was done, finito, kaput. And I don't blame them at all. But guess what? They admit that things were looking bad, that things were not making sense. And the most beautiful thing of a human being is learning how to transition to better, to embetterment, and to look forward to not just better yourself, but also looking forward to better days in true crime. And they, not that they switch, but they taking proper precautions, analyzing and studying the conversation to a point that whatever they talk about this case is healthy, is stuff that makes sense. It's just how it looks right now. We cannot cover the sun with our hands because it's too big. It's too big. We cannot cover the sun with our hands. So we just have to adapt to what's going on. At least me and at least in my particular situation, I've been seeing a lot of discrepancies since the very beginning of the case. Due to those discrepancies that I follow, that I pay attention to, I follow the money. That's all you need to do. You follow the money. When you're following the money, 9 times out of 10, you get to a good theory of the reason why everything is looking like this. As soon as you get a resolution of what you gather yourself without being tempered by other people's opinions or whatnot, it is your own homework. It's something that you have put together and you have a clear understanding of what's going on. That's when you turn your camera on and you come here and you talk to your people. Because you have a fresh set of mind. You have a perspective that is unbiased. And you're really not looking forward to force no narrative that it is not enforceable. If we cannot enforce a narrative due to the other constellations that it needs to align for us to have a conclusion of our theories, so then we could base ourselves on a synthesis that we could just literally crack this case. That's what we do here. We want to crack this case wide open. We want to collaborate with authorities to help them. Again, they know and they fully aware that we are able and willing to the 100% ready on call, waiting for them to call. We are ready. I'm good to go right now as we speak. And I just want to help the real victims. Because right now they cannot speak. Right now they cannot defend themselves. Let's continue. This is one of the best shows ever. I'm sorry to tell. I'm not sorry to tell you. I'm proud to tell you. This right here is one of the best show in true crime right now, and is the video on demand. You could find it at Dago's True Crime with Dago, True Crime Cafe with Dago. Please make sure that y'all go over there and tell them the Jrod on Point sent you with much love and respect. Okay, so y'all make sure y'all click like, subscribe, and share the content. It hit different, okay? Let's stick together. Let's continue. This is a amazing show, guys. Long ago on my live stream, and he's magnificent.
Yes, very informative.
Magnificent.
Yes, I agree.
Top of the line, top notch, linguine cuisine, chef kiss. So big shout out to Doctora Latina. I met Doctora Latina through the Kiely Rodni case and Young Q through the Kiely Rodni case. So let's say, for example, if Bryan Kohberger did confess to this crime, right? We gotta have what Doctora Latina called a constellation that he needs to line up. Right. It don't matter if you confess to the crime. Now in court, it has to be proven what you're saying.
Yeah, oh yeah, I agree.
So it's not like just saying, yeah, I did it, and then the court just gonna say, okay, put a stamp there, throw the key, we all good. Fortunately for United States of America, it's not like that. We have a constitution that protects all individuals. These days, we could tell that the constitution is being under attack. I don't, let's say political parties, they, with their friends and collaborators, it seems that they've been trying to like get away with things.
Thanks, Dago. Yes, sir.
So I could tell there's a lot of politics within true crime. It's a lot of politics. If you belong to the political party that is in power, 9 times out of 10, you upscale and you know people that knows people that knows people, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be some strings that are gonna be pulled here and there on your vantage.
Oh yes, sir.
So for example, time of death. Time of death.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Keyword: time of death. Not just for one victim, for all victims.
Right.
Time of death. Modem of death. Death by impact. Death by running out of blood. How that happened?
Bleeding out. Yeah. Right.
When the coroner, when the tactical team goes in, let's say first and foremost, when you get the 911 phone call, it's all hands on deck. Okay, let's say forget the 911 phone call, because the 911 phone call was for a pass out roommate.
Right.
So let's forget that. Soon as anyone from authorities pinpointed the task on hand and realize what they got going on, immediately alerts and fast procedures needed to take place. Soon as they realize the crime scene, automatically they know what's the charges. They know this is a death penalty case. So if right away, first minute you enter that crime scene, you already know this is a death penalty case, you need to treat it accordingly.
I agree.
Time of death. All evidence needs to be collected right away. Everything needs to be declared. All records need to be provided right away. Forensics need to be there ASAP. Forensics is no excuse in a case like, all right, let's put it a little bit clearer for those that don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
This is a sorority house. It's not an independent house. This is a well-known sorority house.
Right.
It's confirmed by body cam footage and the earlier events when they went for the disturbance of peace and stuff like that. Even the officers, what they talking to the young gentlemen, that to me look suspect. If you ask me, personal opinion, the guy with the blue polo and the other guy, they seem they kind of like representative of what's going on in that house, and they only leaders will go out to talk to authorities. Only those that has a certain level of reputation or that possibly will be known by the cops and stuff like that. That's the people that is gonna come out and talk. This is a sorority house where 4 victims were murdered. Soon as the alert that this is happening, this is students in a sorority house that belong to the University of Idaho. They are under the Greek life umbrella. Don't you think that this was not supposed to look like this?
Yeah, I can agree. I can agree with that.
Don't you think, like, for example, a level of urgency would be increased a notch just for the fact of there are students in a sorority house that belong to the University of Idaho? So I say that to say this. When they found out that it was 8 hours, we don't know if it was 8 hours. We don't know. It could be a longer time. It could be less time. We don't know. Again, keyword, time of death. We don't have that. The coroner botched this case, not just for Bryan Kohberger, but also for anyone after Bryan Kohberger gets called a suspect and get brought up to justice. Is really nothing that no one could do. We have to face the reality. This is something that it touched my heart because I have children. Yeah. I have a boy around their ages. So it concerns me in a way. Authorities have been taking care of this case with a lack of integrity. And when I mean integrity, I'm not trying to put a stain on the department, because again, big shout out to Moscow PD. I was one of the tipsters. I was one of the people that after I sat there for hours and hours and days and non-sleep, going through footage, going through phone calls, going through everything that everyone was talking about, I took my own conclusions. Yeah. So with those conclusions, I went and have a conversation with Moscow PD. What I know, they know. Right. So if what I know, they know, and Taylor knows. Mm-hmm. My first and last phone number and all my information, she should have it on her desk. Right. I want to say another shout out. Big shout out to WSU Kim. Mm-hmm. Big shout outs to her. I've been very tough on her. I've been very, very tough on her. And I got to say, I don't have nothing to apologize at all. But I want to send her a shout out and give an olive branch. Because I got to say, I said that I don't have nothing to apologize. And I actually end up apologizing after I end up having the conversation with her. And after we enter like an understanding of the reality of her point of view, that actually I had the opportunity to listen to her in person, like live streaming. It clicked in my head right away. Like, dog, you have to apologize to this lady. You know what I mean? Like, even though I said that, I want to make it clear that even though I said that, after I didn't expect her to jump in on the live stream, and after she jumped in on the live stream, I think that was like for the second live stream that I'm gonna show you in a little bit. I had the opportunity to have a conversation with her, and we actually end up having a level of understanding that me as a man, I had to apologize to her We both parents. We got children. We got young adults. Sometimes in situations like this, emotions could take over our takes or certain misstatement and stuff like that. Misunderstandings happen all the time in true crime. But the most important thing that we have here to learn that even though I said this in this moment, that I didn't have nothing to apologize, which at that moment, that's exactly how I felt. When I actually had the opportunity to have a conversation with WSU Kim, and I got to get the vibe behind her takes and behind her opinion and what's going on. I end up having so much respect for her and her will to try to spread the word about something that it was being overlooked, and is the Jack Decor situation. Actually, I understood better that she's actually pro trying to find out the truth of what happened to this victim. So big shout out to WSU Kim. Hopefully we'll be able to have her on our show at some point. That'll be a blessing. That'll be great. I just want to make sure that I make that clear here to our community that even though I said that at this particular moment, I end up apologizing to her because I got to actually have a conversation with her, and the exchange of conversation, it was so polite, it was so eloquent that I didn't have no other option but to be a man. And I had to apologize to her on live stream just to make sure that people understand we don't have an ill will against no one here. We honestly just want to help. And if that means we're going to make peace with people that we didn't understood in the past, so be it. That's what we are going to do. If it's anything there to apologize, we will do that. And we just going to keep looking forward for the betterment, not just of ourselves, but for the betterment of the community. Let's continue. Something that I could say that she have brought up to the table is a possible suspect. The possible suspect is the same suspect that it was named from the very beginning of the case. This is the same person that the Goncalves family said. Everyone needs to understand that Goncalves family said 5 days after the murder that this was not a drive-by. This was not a random drive-by looking for victims.
Right.
They accentuated that whoever did this knows the victims personally. That was 5 days after everything happened. Around the same time, the Moscow PD said that this was a targeted and passionate crime.
Right.
That could only happen and be with someone that is related or close with emotional attachment to this crime. This is stuff that I'm not inventing myself. This is what was talked about from the very beginning of the case.
Yes, sir.
So now that we have the opportunity to make that a little bit clear, right? After that interview, something happened. We could tell that the sister of one of the victims were very, very into this case. If you ask me on my personal opinion, I have sisters that I love dearly. God forbid anything happened to them, I will do my due diligence, but I'll make sure that officers do their job. I will not intervene. I will gather all my information just to make sure that if the officers request any kind of information from me, or if by any example I have some information that I believe that is relevant, I will offer it. But I wouldn't do all that. I wouldn't do all that media stuff. In my personal opinion, I wouldn't do the media stuff due to the media is proven since the it was the agenda. What was the? It was a law that it passed around the Obama administration. The news stations are allowed to do propaganda.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's all the.
I agree with that one for sure. I agree.
Also, by law, police officers, law enforcement are allowed to lie to us without any kind of repercussion, under the excuse of protecting the case they invest. Have a good night. No change, no more. Thank you for being here. Very much appreciated. Please have a good night. Muy buenas noches. Que descanse y sueña bonito. Que sueñe con los angelitos de Dios. Se me cuida, ¿ok? Bendiciones. Que aquí estamos a la orden. Se me cuida, mi hermana. Big shout outs to you, though. Have a good night. Sweet dreams. And have a good night. Big shout out to Joanne in the building. Coming in clutch. He hit different. Big shout out to Joanne. Thank you for being here, sister. We're watching this beautiful live stream with Dago. We have so much information in this live stream. It's incredible. Big shout out to Caitlin. It hit different. Big shout out to Caitlin. Thank you so much for being in the building. Very much appreciated. It's okay, no shame no more. You're good. It's time to go and relax, kick your feet up. It's time to shut your eyes and have a little sleep. That's good. Have a good sleep though. But big shout out to John. Thank you for being here, honey. Very appreciated. We are actually enjoying a great live stream. This live stream was dope. These like big shout out to Caitlin. Thank you for being here, sister. Very so much appreciated. Thank you for being here. Yes, you'll be able to watch the replay. It's here. You can also play it back here on this channel if whatever you miss. But yeah, we are enjoying a great live stream, Caitlin. Great. Like everything started with Doctora Latina bringing the rice and beans with the meats and potato. She was giving such a message of common sense that the forensics department did not do their job. She's stressing to everyone. Good night, honey. Good night, no shame no more. We appreciate you so much. Doctora Latina made an emphasis that the forensic department that investigated this case did not do their job. They did not do their job. If you ask me in my personal opinion, if you want my personal opinion, they purposely botched this case since day one. Since day one. Oh, good, John. You just got home from work. Big shout out. It's time to relax. But again, this is just my personal opinion due to whatever information we have available right now as we speak. This case, the whole process, the protocol of the investigation within this case starts with the forensics. Medical personnel, forensics. Cops need to step away I repeat, cops have to step away to let the meds and forensic personnel to do their job, to do due diligence. They needed to investigate this case like they were about to convict someone with every single piece of evidence inside of this house. If you ask me, I just had a moment of clarity. I repeat, if you ask me, I just had a moment of clarity. Guys, is the possibility? It's a possibility that the 8 hours delay was due to personnel exchanging information of this crime scene. And I repeat, and I'm gonna repeat, through the 8 hours that it took to call 911, we believe that who they say that it was friends, that it was students of the University of Idaho that were inside of that home. We believe that they have personnel staff from the University of Idaho elements in power in the place to be, programming, studying, analyzing with their own forensic team due to that they knew who the fuck did this. They could have put a game plan right away within 15 minutes because they have their own forensic personnel. Private University of Idaho forensic personnel. They study this shit. They could have sent their elements in 15 minutes. And all whoever they say that it was students inside of the house, why you think those students have not come forward? Why do you think that the alleged students that were inside of a crime scene has not been brought to questionnaire nor justice? Because it was no students. I believe, I'm a spitball, I believe that the University of Idaho had their personnel in there right away knowing who the fuck did this, because they knew it was a student of the University of Idaho that did this. Again, not student, students, plural, more than one, students of the University of Idaho, fraternity and sorority pledge. They had 8 hours plus to fulfill whatever they created inside of that home, because due to they already knew who did this. They were right away on the scene, cleaning the shit up and making it look what it was by the time the cops got there. They could have done that. It's not far-fetched. They could have. If the University of Idaho knew, example, The sororities, due to this sorority house, Dylan Mortensen right away needed to call the sorority right away. They tell you, this is on record. This is on record. The sororities and fraternities tell other pledges the way before you call the cops on anything that is going on, you call them first. You call the council of the Greek life. The council, the Greek life council, are the ones that patrol and are the controllers of the fraternities and sororities in the whole area. They are the law for them. For them, way before Moscow PD is the council. And I'm going to repeat, way before the PD is the council and the authorities of the University of Idaho. Is the only way Dylan Mortensen will fall back and not call authorities, because authorities were already there. And due to they knew who did this, they covered this shit up since day one. The problem here is when they got the pressure from the nation, because they inspected all the eyes on them. I don't know how the fuck you thought that we were not about to be looking at you? How in the heck you thought that we wouldn't be looking at you? And then now that we're looking at you, you need to reconstruct. You need to reconstruct something that you could rely on, so you could blame someone, to bring someone to justice and make it all look like it don't matter if he falls in court. But by then, everybody just gonna forget about the University of Idaho being involved with this shit, ain't it? I'm still waiting for that phone call from the president of the University of Idaho. I'm still waiting for his call. I can't wait to talk to him. How fast they sue the TikToker, right? How fast they sue the TikToker, right? You know why they sue the TikToker right away? To intimidate sleuthers against the University of Idaho. To intimidate. Why? Because they knew this cuckoo lady from TikTok did not know what the fuck she was talking about. So of course they're going to utilize that opportunity of this lady, from this crazy deranged lady from TikTok saying all this goofy shit. They utilize that opportunity, because if they do it to her, other sleuthers will back down and do and obey what they want, because no one from YouTube want to get sued by them, especially big content creators. You know why they don't dare to call me? Because they know they call me, try to sue me. Woo! I think I'll be the one to break this case wide open. Because for you to sue me, then you have to prove that. Now you have to prove that whatever I'm saying don't fit. That's why the president of the University of Idaho at this day today don't dare to give me a call. He have my number. Wow, what you think? That the Moscow PD will have my number and the president of the University of Idaho will not have my number? Who the fuck you talking to? It hit different. They know. You go ahead. Try to sue me. In the same way than the Kiely Rodni case. Why you think Lindsay don't gonna sue me and all this shit? Gonna try to do not a fucking thing. Cause she know. She pushed too much. She poked the bear a little bit too much. Everything is gonna crumble. But then now it's private investigators up your ass investigating this whole shit. And it will blow. It will happen. The case will be wide the fuck open. And they will look stupid. That's why they don't dare. They already know the information that I already gave to Moscow PD. They already know they are on my Saltane. I'm flipping my pancakes. The University of Idaho are my pancakes. I'm just flipping them. You go ahead. You go ahead. You stick to the roof and you see what's going to happen to you. You go ahead, pancake. Oh, you're good, John. You didn't miss nothing. I'm over here just spitballing with a moment of clarity that I just had. And I'm glad that I recorded it. I'm glad that I recorded it. Moment of clarity. I might edit it and make just a clip out of it. Jrod on point, moment of clarity in the Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case. Let's continue. This is beautiful right here. Investigation. I don't consider that lawful.
No.
Just in my personal opinion.
Unethical.
So if we're gonna go by whatever news stations are telling us, who's their sources?
Yeah.
The cops.
Sources is what their sources are.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The court says.
Yes.
Other reporters on the ground.
Reddit.
TikTok.
4chan. Yeah.
Yes.
Twitter.
Yes.
4chan.
All of it.
4chan.
Like all of it.
I can't stand. Yeah.
Just
So I'm sorry, it's not funny though. It just, do you see, like, so if we're gonna go by what news stations are telling us, we are duped.
That's fact. That's fact. CJ himself last week, and I agreed with him. He said, "We as creators on YouTube are the new news. We are the real news. We struggle day in and day out, and go through all the drama and the bull s that we do to bring you guys, you know, Lana and me, CJ, Rory, Harsh Reality,
shout out to Lana,
Jrod, everybody. We bring you the realest shit we can bring you, because we know that mainstream media is not going to bring you nothing but garbage, okay? And that's why we do what we do, folks. So that in alone itself, my friend, is a huge point, and thank you for stating that.
If I can,
thanks to you. Go ahead, Angela.
Thank you. I'm sorry. If I just can chime in for a quick sec. This kind of speaks to like a bigger issue, though. As we're transitioning from mainstream media to the new media, there's still, and I'll see it in different chats and different live streams, you know, when you question law enforcement, there's so many people that are just, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you, right? Because they've been told forever, right? We trust, we believe, you know, our government's good to us, believe in law enforcement, don't question authority.
Right.
And now, you know, we're breaking out of the box, and this speaks to a bigger, the corruption's everywhere. Dago, yesterday you had a caller on your show. I forget his name, but at the end he mentioned a correctional facility he was in California.
Rollo Monto, yes.
Okay. I looked up that Cochran, it's in California, and in the late 80s, early 90s, they had these gladiator wars where these COs were putting people in the yard to fight each other and placing bets and then shooting. Just disgusting, right? But
absolutely, yes.
The bigger issue too is that these police departments and law enforcement have strong unions. So there were so many of these COs that were put on trial, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, across the board, right? They were maybe transferred to a different facility. And that's just one small example. And as I'm down this rabbit hole on YouTube last night at 2:00 in the morning, right? Of course, the algorithm suggests other, you know, instances of corruption and police. And it's not to say, you know, I know I have people in my family, well, not close family, but close enough that are in law enforcement that have good intentions.
Right.
It's the broader system as a whole that is broken. Okay. It's the, it's, you know, and we all want to believe that, oh, that won't happen in our town, or that wouldn't happen here, or, you know, that's just not the truth. And as people are breaking free from the, I don't know, the rose-colored glasses that's been shoved down our throat by our government for decades and decades and mainstream media, and now we're starting to use and be able to think for ourselves and watch YouTube and content that people like you put out.
Yes.
I think it's shocking to a lot of people. They don't want to accept that there are a lot of corrupt, bad people in power in our country, and it's sad. It's sad.
It's
and
very sad. Very sad.
Unless you have money, that's usually a huge thing, right? You've got to have money to have good defense.
The scariest thing about this is we were all here. We're all roughly in the same age group, okay? We were all raised to respect and appreciate and trust our government officials, okay? And as such, we raised our children to do the same. And now we step back and look at the things that we're preaching and teaching our children and go, okay, now what do we do? Because we're telling our children, you have to trust the police. You have to trust our government to do the right thing by us. But, you know, in a sense, is it good to teach our children that? It has to be. It has to be because of what it is. But at the same time, we're also telling our children, if you see a car pull up behind you that it looks shifty, that's got lights on it, you take off, or you call somebody right now, because of things like there's things going on that should not be going on. Okay,
even like helping a stranger on the side of the road.
Yes, the whole.
You should,
but I'm going to get into that.
You know, it's you
know, where you see a baby walking on the freeway, just like this piece of garbage that just lied and said she was kidnapped because she saw a baby walking on the freeway. Okay, she's trash, folks. I'm sorry, but she's trash because
I'm sorry, I was doing just like DJ Academics. Big shout out to DJ Academics. Sometimes he just start talking to his community and then he's muted. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I guess I have a DJ Academic syndrome. Thank you, Joanne. I appreciate you. But you're gonna laugh at me. I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought.
That is something that happens. It happens. It happened where I live, right in the Walmart parking lot, twice.
Oh yeah, Carly Russell. Okay, I wanted to give you. Yeah, John. Thank you. I appreciate you, though. Thank you, honey. Very, 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 very appreciate it. Breaking news on the Kiely Ross case. Breaking news in the case of Carleen Ross case. Now that Dago is talking about her. Yes, she got fingerprinted in the sheriff's office, but the smile that she had on her mugshot, now I know what that smile meant, because I couldn't understand how she was smiling and the way she was smiling for a mugshot, and she was literally laughing at all of us. The DA is not going to press charges after the press conference that they had today or yesterday, announcing the charges of misdemeanors. Guess what? The DA just said on the live stream that she's not going to pursue no charges on Carleen Russell case. The privilege of what I was telling you of being part of the same sorority that the DA is from. They are part of the same sorority. I knew this was coming. I knew this was coming. I knew this was coming. That's why I make that live stream just dogging the young adult, Carleen Russell. That's why I dog her in the way I dog her, because she deserved to hurt that shit if she ever watched that video. Because I knew in the back of my head, I put the title like Carleen Russell going to jail, question mark. I said it on that live stream. I was pissed off. And I said it, she's going to face charges. She's going to face charges. And then, yes, she faced charges because the cops, the only thing that they could have tried to put on her that the DA would accept were these 2 misdemeanors. Then when the DA had enhanced the charges that the cops pressed against her, they didn't pursue the case. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. They both from the same sorority. Put the name of the DEA and make a Google research and ask the question with the name of the lady on which sorority she belongs, and Carleen Russell sorority will pop up. It's not a coincidence. They let her run away with the crime. No charges, nothing. She's done. She's not gonna face nothing. So I had to let y'all know about the Kylie Russell case, because that just the DEA just came up to a YouTube live stream of a lawyer, and they said it very clear. Hi, babe. They said it very clear that the DA said it very clear that they're not gonna pursue no charges. Let's continue.
In a 3-month period of time, but somebody that fakes this is trash, because now the boy who cried wolf scenario happens. Okay, now we're gonna have people second guessing this because of somebody like that, and again, it all comes back. It all comes back, folks, and that's what we you know, there's a very he's a great person. He comes on here all the time. He hasn't been on here for a while, but he goes by Sergeant Friday. We call him Sergeant here. He's very wise, very wise. Okay. And he's got a lot of great stuff that he talks about. And he has stated, and I agree with him, that we right here, all of us standing and sitting right here, all 821 people in here, are the ones that make the difference in the end. We are the ones, our children, our grandchildren are going to have to be the ones to stand up and say enough is enough, as one voice, folks, not separate entities, as one whole voice together. Say, okay, together. Yes.
I tell my kids all the time, one of the most patriotic American things you can do is to question your government. Yes. We have that right.
That's right. We made that government.
That's how we were founded, is because we questioned taxes, and we questioned all of these other things that were, you know, we questioned all those things. That's why we came up with the Constitution. That's why we came up with all these different laws.
That's why we're questioning. That's why we're questioning how and why Bryan Kohberger was arrested the way he was, based on the Constitution. that we stand by as American people, and not even just Americans. Okay, there's so many people that are watching this case that are in other countries that are going, something's wrong. Do something, folks. Okay, So yeah, absolutely, and I agree with you, Jrod, 100% on that, bro.
Really if you allow me, like us, I was born in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a United States Commonwealth, it's a United States territory. So we are born United States citizens in birth. We have Social Security as soon as you're born. So the only difference between us is just that our first language is Spanish. Yeah. So we grew up under the American culture. Yeah. It's really, it's not like just because I'm from Puerto Rico, we are different, or we have our own culture as far as our folklore, our music, our
very good food. Very good food.
Like stuff that yes. It's different particular things that when you say Puerto Rico, it comes to your mind. But we are born United States citizens. We go with ID. We get our American airplane, American airline, or whatever you use. Get your ticket. You come to United States, no problem. Yeah. No passports, no. Yes. It's no green. It's nothing. We American citizens. So right. I say that to say this, right? We love United States of America. We do. That is undeniable. But at the same time, it gets very, very scary when, for example, the whole pandemic, we were told certain things. It was this one guy in power. I don't want to mention his last name, but it was this one guy in power controlling the whole pandemic. It was not a president, but we're talking
short guy.
Can I say it?
Short guy.
Yeah, because he's into a lot of things right now.
Right.
So go ahead, brother.
He had a lot of investments as well when it came to.
So I say that to say this: if the government at this day today, we're pointing at the pandemic as handled not properly, as the FBI being on the investigation as we speak right now. That's our last line of defense. The FBI. And if United States of America is investigating the FBI as we speak, what that tells us about local authorities, what that tells us about the small town PDs, about the big town PDs and cities PDs.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to tell you a little bit about.
Go ahead, Angela.
That's okay. My little small town PD. So I live kind of outside of Chicago. I'm about 35 minutes, but I'm right over the border in Indiana.
Big shout out to Chicago.
Chi-town. So anyways, but where I live, taxpayer base is outrageous. Okay. The average home price probably is around $450,000. One of the top rated schools in the state. Couple months ago, my son he's almost 17. I picked him up from a house party. He called me, Mom, I'm at a party, house got busted. I get there, I'm looking for my son, and they had the parents congregating. Long story short, as I'm trying to find my son, I have this tall officer, about 6'5", call me the C word, a B word. Cuffing these little 16-year-old kids, calling the girls the B word, everything. So only because I basically told the officer when I got there. Now, mind you, my son is on track for a D1 football scholarship, and this is the first time he was like kind of in trouble. It's my oldest. All I really said was, I don't want my son speaking to anybody without me or an attorney present. And excuse my language, but he said, I don't give a F about your attorney, you cunt. Okay, so now, of course, I'm sorry about my language, but now, of course, I'm animated. How dare you talk to me that way? Give me my child. He's like, ma'am, you need to calm down. You're a little bit animated. Well, I wonder why. Whatever. So I go to request body cam footage to file a complaint against this officer. They don't wear body cams. Mind you, I'm in real estate. I know how much how much taxes our city gets. Like, I know what property taxes are, and their excuse is they don't have enough money for it. They say that it's not the body cams itself that's expensive. It is like the cloud storage that each municipality has to pay for to store all of the Meanwhile, I can head 10 minutes north in Gary, Indiana. I'm sure everyone knows about Gary. Okay. They got body cams.
Right.
Body cams.
I live in a farm town, a township outside of a very small city, and they have body cams. So I don't want to hear that.
Oh, our police force just got a new fleet of brand new Ford Explorer the Dodge SUVs that people are all trying to steal. I don't know, some sort of
the nice ones. Yeah.
Yes, the real nice fast ones. They just got a whole new. They got like 15 of those.
They're
but
beautiful.
My point is to say that, well, who do I go to? The mayor is the ex-chief of police. Who do we go to? In
that scenario, you need to get a hold of IAB. Find out what the IAB is, or Louisiana. Oh my God, Indiana State Police.
Okay.
Or something like that, because that is absolutely disgusting. I'm sorry, but it is.
I mean, I still filed my complaint. I still did what I had to do. But the point is there's no oversight. Like Jrod said, like, how do we know what's happening in these little small towns? Now, this was just a little small run-in incident at a high school party that got busted. Right.
Those are facts. Yes, ma'am. I agree.
Yeah. So, more needs to be done on that, and it protects both sides, the police and whoever.
Absolutely, you can request as a. I know for a fact, this is anywhere. You can look it up; it'll tell you. As a resident of the area you live in, as a group, the whole area, the city, the town, whatever it is, can get together and request that your police force has those, and they will have to understand. And from what I understand, they have to put it to a vote through city council or however it works, and they have to try to make that happen for the residents, because it's a request from the residents of the town. So,
well, thank you. I was told it's that way, or they have to get a federal grant, but generally, you're not going to get a grant if your taxpayer base is strong enough, and ours is strong enough.
Yeah, right. And then what my suggestion would be, to any time you encounter a police officer,
record it.
You grab this and go to town. That's the only thing you can do.
I started to, but I was shaking so much that the recording only lasted like 2 seconds because I couldn't believe it was happening.
I know I had nothing to do with it, but I do want to say that I'm sorry that you encountered that, because not all I'm friends with multiple police officers. They would never. I'm going to tell that story too, and it's just insane. Yeah.
Well, I've spoken to other officers in the area that I know in different cities, that same thing. But I came to find out that this specific officer is a veteran, has severe PTSD, and lost his 6-year-old daughter a couple years ago.
Okay.
Horrible.
And I'm sorry that happened. That's horrible. But that's not your
correct.
fault.
But he doesn't need to be on the street with a badge and a gun either.
Right. That's right. If you can't handle, if you have those ailments, then go get help. And you'll have to do something different, because
you have to know yourself. Yeah.
That's right. That's, your limits, what you can handle. No, that's
and I had actually told the chief that, I said, if anyone failed this officer, it's you guys. You know his background, his story. You failed him. This is your police force. So, and unfortunately, that's a common thing. Vets come back. They become officers, and we all know our VA doesn't take care of our vets when they come home.
They don't. We spend all our money on everybody else overseas. We don't pay for our own people. We cover everybody else's problems except for ours. So
Facts.
I'm not even going to get into that, because that's a whole different show. But
just to move on from that, I just wanted to give that little anecdote. And I know that's just one small example, but I was kind of speaking to what Jrod was saying as far as, the FBI is being investigated, but what about everywhere else? This was just a little teenage party,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it was ridiculous. I can only imagine what happens other places. So
and double check your phone, because you can look it up, whatever model you have, there is or should be a quick setting on your phone where you double tap a couple buttons and it automatically takes you to record. So you don't even have to you don't even have to go through your apps or nothing. Just look up your phone's model, see what the quick setting is for video.
It was set up for emergency purposes, just like that. So there you go.
Thank you for that. And like you were saying too, you know, we teach our kids to respect police. Now I see my almost 17-year-old son seeing his mom spoken to by an officer like that, way out of line. And that's why I told the
C word.
Yes. I said, listen, officer, this city that we live in, this is a place where people plant roots. I work my ass off to send my kids to the school that they go to. Okay.
Right.
People plant roots here. These kids, this is the next generation. And tell me what's going to happen the next time, you know, they get pulled over for a speeding ticket. They're going to be scared of you. You're going to see them as being non-compliant and combative.
That's right. And guess that's how we lose children.
Yes.
That's how we lose our children.
Yes. And I'm like, this is just going to be a perpetual issue when it starts. You know, you're supposed to be the leaders of the community.
It's not going to get better until we stand up and make it get better, period.
We need to do it now.
That's right. We're
continue to do it.
Of change, and we have to make it happen, folks. In every aspect of the government, we have to make these things happen. Children's services, police, all of it. We have to be the one to make the stand to make it happen. We have that right. This is our country. These are our children. These are our homes, period. That's just how it is. We have to stop putting up with all of this garbage.
Dago, before I go, because I don't want to take too much time, so we allow more people to come up to the panel.
Well, I
want to leave you with two quick things. I got told by not confirmed source, but I need to put that out there. Just the August the 2nd hearing.
Yeah.
In this case, it's gonna be very telling. Write it down. August the 2nd.
I've heard that too. I have had that.
It's gonna be very, very telling against the prosecution. Just want to put that out there in the airway so people don't. Right after we said this, what happened? They cancel it. They vacate it. Right after we said this, right after I said this, they vacate, they suspended that day, and they moved it to August 18th. Right after we said this, I don't know if it had anything to do with me. I don't think so. But what a coincidence. Yes. What a coincidence. As soon as we said this on I think Dago had like 1,000 people, almost 1,000 people on his live stream this day. Right after we said this, they vacated and give the prosecution a little extra time to get the evidence to the court. They knew it hit different when they knew the prosecution is not ready. And Taylor could request two things. And Taylor could do one of two things. Either request more time to the court attached to the prosecution, Because again, this stay right here is on the prosecution. The prosecution went for a grand jury, but it still have not brought to the table the evidence that was presented in a grand jury. They're not ready. They're not ready. They're not ready, and I don't think they're gonna be ready. This is why Ann Taylor put them under notice. This is why Ann Taylor put them all, the prosecution, under notice of violation of speedy trial against Bryan Kohberger. They are put on notice. That means that this order to dismiss is heavy. This order to dismiss is heavy. That means if by the 18th, August 18, prosecution not ready, they must dismiss. This is why they put it under notice of violation of a speedy trial. This is why she applied for full dismissal of all charges, grand jury dismissal, squash the grand jury and full dismissal, because prosecution is not compliant. That's called malicious prosecution against the defendant. If proven, have high consequences, and people could lose their license to practice the law in Idaho. They know. They're just savaging their license. That's all they're doing. Prosecution must acquit. If by August 18 they are not ready, Bryan Kohberger is going home. Don't tell no one that you hear it here first in Jrod on Point. Don't tell no one, okay? Because there's no one here listening to us right now. It's only 11 people here. And believe me, no one around the world is going to know what Jrod on Point just said here in Jrod on Point. Let's continue. Go out a little too crazy. The other thing that I wanted to say, I appreciate you, Dago, for having me here. Also, I don't want people to misunderstand our reasons to be here. We're here for the victims.
That's right.
We're here for the victims. We want justice for the victims. We want justice for Kiely, Rodni. We want justice for the Idaho 4. This is our main focus here. We want justice for the upcoming generations. Okay.
Sir.
And when I said the time of death in court for a death penalty case, if you don't have time of death, you cannot confirm no cell phone data. You cannot confirm no narrative from anyone. The eight minutes, we cannot confirm that without a time of death.
That's right.
It could be an hour.
Very clear to the whole community in true crime. If you don't have a time of death, everything that is being said don't mean nothing, because you can prove timeline. You know, you cannot have a timeline out of cell phone activity.
Yeah.
You cannot have a timeline, a time of death out of cell phone activity.
Right.
That's a no-go in court. Let's please give a little breath of calm and peace to the community. Just saying that without an accurate forensic time of death for all 4 victims, nothing, not no video footage from no car. What I'm trying to say right now, the University of Idaho, and Moscow PD forensic personnel botch the crime scene, so that way no one would be charged with nothing, because it's nothing in court to be proven due to all protocols of investigation, just as in the case of Kiely Rodni, were violated. I repeat, it's sad and it really bothers me to say they botched this case in the same way they botched Kiely Rodni case. Terrible forensics, tampering with the crime scene. Nevada County Sheriff's tamper a crime scene when they flip the SUV, when they flip the SUV in the water and didn't drag it out on its roof, so we could have the last position of death of the body. With that last position of death of the body, we could have recognized wherever, if she was placed in the back of the trunk, or however she got there, if that was applicable. But we needed to know the last position of death, because then with that last position of death, due to that, we know the car flipped with the last position of the body, they reconstruct with computers and modern day data, they reconstruct the flip, and they could apply that to the position of the body, and they will reconstruct the flip, and they will be able to place the body exactly where their body was when the CRV flipped in the water. Plus added extra additional damage to the corpse. Shanna Moon was not supposed to do what she did. She did a recovery of a vehicle. She did not did a crime scene investigation. She recovered a vehicle with a corpse in it. That's about it. It was a recuperation. Hook it and book it, and let's get the fuck out of here, because we are really looking bad right now. Hurry the fuck up. The same thing happened with Idaho 4. This is why I repeat. This is why I repeat. This is why I repeat. I'm in these 2 cases for the particular familiarities, of both cases. In both cases are very, very similar. One case with 1 victim, the other case with 4 victims. We have the number 41. Do a little bit of numerology on that. You tell me what you see. This is why I'm here. In both cases, the law is involved. Either neglecting the case purposely or unpurposely, but they neglected the cases. Purposely or unpurposely, they neglected these both cases. They are participating by neglect. And this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here, guys. This is why I'm here. Not no cell phone data, not no nothing. Again, I want to be clear. The night shift, for those that don't know yet, the night shift at this day to day, the DNA and night shift, if this move on to trial, is already out the case. For those that don't know that. For those content creators, oh, but they have the night shift, they have DNA. Just so y'all know, it was written. They are not going to share the information of this night shift DNA because they don't want to provide discovery for that finding.
Yes.
So now they have to apply to the court to allow the DNA sheet to be used in this case. So I said that to say this. Then now the judge need to take it up on consideration to allow that evidence to come in. Second of all, thank you so much. We love you, Doctora Latina. Second of all, if you are going to bring it to trial, now you have to offer the whole discovery. So either or, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to leave that there, leave you with that nugget, leave you with a smile on the face. I appreciate everyone, guys. Just so y'all know, if you allow me, Dago, I got struck by Michelle Lee. Hey, Michelle Lee, what's up, girl? How you doing? I got struck by my Michelle Arts. I got struck, so I'll be for a whole week out of my Jrod On Point channel. But I have, if you allow me, I have the On Point Family channel and I have the Jrod On Point Live channel. Is linked on my page on my Jrod On Point. So if y'all want a little bit of content for within the next week, I'll be in the On Point Family channel or I'll be in the Jrod On Point Live. Thank you so much, Dago. JC, thank you so much, Angela. Thank you so much. Y'all are actually the GOATs. Okay. So I appreciate y'all for the opportunity for being here and spending time with such a beautiful people, such a beautiful community.
Thank you.
I'm honored to be here, and I'll see y'all around.
All right, brother. Have a great day, and thank you for speaking your mind, my friend. I appreciate you.
There you go.
And thank you for being so supportive in the show since you came
always,
in the
guys,
show too,
always.
Jrod.
God bless you, and I love y'all. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good day.
Sir. All right, brother. Take care.
Snipers.
I'm gonna hop down as well. I'll let you guys take over. I just wanted to piggyback off of Patricia.
Big shout out to Dago. It hit different. Big shout out to Dago. Big shout out to Dago. So we have part 2. Listen, we got the content, guys. We got the content sponsored and brought to you by the True Crime Cafe with Dago. Big shout out to Dago.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I seen that comment disappeared for a minute. That's all right. We do this to each other back and forth all the time. I'm just trying to do that. Thank you, Anna. And she says, I don't know why people are expecting him to give an alibi. Pros are going to poke holes. I mean, prosecution, I'm sorry, are going to poke holes in every alibi. It doesn't prove anything. And that's probably more true than not, honestly, because that's what they're supposed to do. Anyway, and thank you for that as well. Where did that other comment go?
Jrod made a pretty good point.
Yeah, he's saying that probably 85% that this won't go to trial. And I've been looking at it and thinking about it, and I can almost agree with it. I can. I know it ain't gonna be,
but that's another point as to why we need to keep on.
Listen, I had to shake up my yeah, I think you've seen it. It creep up on me. I think you've seen it, Joanne. It did creep up on me. You know, when you just face reality, that moment of clarity, like, this is why I'm here. So I had to shake it off. Because I need to have this energy, the one that I have here right now, to keep going. You know what I mean? I need this one here to keep going. Because if I use the other energy, I decrease. Because then I get like sad and shit. You know what I mean? But this is the energy that I need. I need to wake the fuck up and just, you know what I'm saying, get myself going, you know, and laugh and smile. Because we got this, Joanne. Me, you, Amy, Todd, snipers, all mods, all the subscribers, all of we have this. We got this. Us. With the help of Dago, with the help of JC, with the help of Speakman Holding, with the help of Harsh Reality, Sarden Logic, Prime Sleuthing, Jewels, Lana, Tasalaji, Larissa Slaughter, Square on Fire. We got this. We.
On it is because if it doesn't go to trial and it gets dismissed, then what do you have then? Is that there's no justice, we have no truth, we don't get any of the info that we've been trying to find. So if you, for the crowd that says we should just stop talking about this and just wait for the trial, if it gets dismissed, all that, everything gets swept under the rug, right? And isn't our goal to pull it out from under the rug? You know, that's what we're trying to do here, right?
Yes, and at the same time, going along with that, Jesse, let me ask you a question. Do you think, say for instance, that it gets thrown out, Bryan gets found innocent, exonerated, whatever we want to call it, whatever this and that, and then we move on to the next day, the day after all that happens? Do you think they're going to start looking for who is responsible for this?
No, I think it's more convenient to say he's our guy, he did it, pin it on him, and say, well, we didn't, you know, he's the guy that did it, but we're going to let him off. You know what I mean? Like, and create that narrative that he's still guilty, we just couldn't nail him, and that's more convenient for them.
Yeah, I agree. Daniel says if more info comes out, my 70% could go up. Rex Harmon hasn't gone to court, and that dude is guilty AF. I agree. I think the same in BK case. If something huge came out and it hasn't yet, and that's a fact. That's a fact. I agree with you.
Joanne, I have to disagree. Joanne, I have to disagree. let's pay attention to this real quick. In the case of the Long Island serial killer, listen, I spent like a whole summer. I spent a whole summer in one point of my life. In one point of my life, when I was little, I spent a whole summer, and that means June and July. I went back to Puerto Rico July 20 something, because I'm supposed to be back in school in August 6th. Back then, oh my god, that was years and years ago. How in the heck I remember this shit? Oh my god, I'm PTSD from school. Okay, so I spent a whole summer in Long Island. I spent a whole summer in Long Island with my auntie. They like money people. They like money people though. So if I tell you that they doing to Rex the same thing that they did to Kohberger, the cops in New York, yeah, the cops in New York, they use the Kohberger technique, the same technique that they use against Kohberger, getting DNA of a trash can. Do you understand me? If this is your suspect, you do not have to get no DNA from abandoned DNA from no trash can, because you could utilize that same DNA that you get from that trash can and apply it to wherever you need this DNA to be placed as convenient. And no, that do not mean that I'm gonna get into this case. Not yet. Joanne, not yet. Not yet. Because I have a lot to do within the Kiely Rodni case still. You have to hear me. With the Kiely Rodni case, this is what I have done. I hope you know there is a reason why I'm quiet about the Kiely Rodni case. And it's good. It's good. I'll leave it as that. It's good. It's good that Jrod Point is not talking up to this day today about the Kiely Rodni case due to it's convenient for the case. Due to that is convenient for the case. So in the Idaho 4, I still have a lot to work. I have a lot to work with. And if indeed Bryan Kohberger gets his dismissal on August 18, I'm jumping on the Long Island serial killer case right away. Soon as Kohberger gets a dismissal, of course, I'm working on a exclusive interview with him. Working on that. So, but soon as if Kohberger gets a dismissal on August 18, I'm jumping right away on the case of the Long Island serial killer. Right away. Yeah. But again, I had to disagree with Dago. I probably Dago, as soon as I sit down with him, and I explain key pointers that I already see marinating on this case, because it's some particulars. Like I have watched like the 10-hour special, Joanne, that's this is the guy that I am in true crime. Joanne, I have watched a 10-hour special in that case. Ten-hour special on that case already. And I'm not even in that case yet. I have not called New York yet. I have family members in New York. I could just get a ticket and just go to my aunt's house or go to my cousin's house, go and visit the family, probably go and see my daughter in New York, probably go and visit Liz in New York. You know what I mean? I haven't scraped the surfaces yet, and I already have over 36 hours of study in that case. I have over 36 hours in that case, and I'm not in yet. Like, that's just me studying. I'm not in like I'm in with the Kiely Rodni case and the Idaho folk case. Like I'm not there yet. I think by the time I got the info that I need to then call the PD and introduce myself to them, you know what I mean? But right now I have only like 36 hours of study in that case without being on a focus team for that particular case. We got the Kiely Rodni focus team. We got the Idaho folk focus team. We all the collaborators and stuff like that. Just imagine, as soon as I just sit down with Dago and be like, yo, bro, check this out, take a look at this, take a look at that. And he probably be like, yo, Jrod, that shit dope. You know what I'm saying? Because I know Dago like, I know it's easy for me to like explain to Dago just like over the top, you know, very not even detailed. It's just like, just take a look at this, take a look at that. And then we just go this, like with those two key pointers, then we go here. You know what I'm saying? It's like putting together a little puzzle. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think by the time I'm done explaining like few key pointers to Dago be like, got you.
There was no doubt that Harriman, when this all came out with the list, that it was like, whoa, okay, you know, and they have way more evidence on him than they have on Bryan. So obviously, you know, it's going to be a little different, but yeah, I can see what you're saying, Daniel. I agree.
Oh, finishing my deposition. I want to finish my deposition within the DNA in the case of the Long Island serial killer. If Rex was their main suspect at the moment that they needed that DNA, you could have requested a warrant for his DNA, which that was the right way to go about it. But you see that that they did it to Bryan Kohberger, and now you're gonna utilize the same technique that they're using against Bryan Kohberger and against this guy. Who this guy pissed off? This guy, he had to piss someone up in the very tippity top to send the dogs at him. This guy Rex pissed someone up in the 1%, and they send the dogs at him. They went all the way illegal to get this DNA. Oh, abandoned DNAs. We could do that. We could use that loophole. No, you cannot. Who told you that shit? If I'm your suspect, the right way to go about things is you go to the court and you show the court the reasons of why you need my DNA. They warrant you a warrant, and then you could have my DNA. And then if I'm fucked and French fry, then I'm fucked and French fries, because it's a legal way about things. But you get my DNA from a trash can? What? Who the fuck does that? Let's continue.
Tommy says, I think that's what
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's guilty to me, even if they prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did this. And if they could show me, if they show me a videotape of him doing it, the act, I still want to know what's up with those roommates, because I'm still not buying. There's no way you can explain that to me. I'm sorry, that just does not jive with me. That whole story. If they just had said, "Listen, I was drunk, I was passed out, I woke up in the morning, this happened," maybe I could get down. That would be tough to swallow.
That would make more sense. Yes, sir. That would make.
But the story that we're being fed, and this is one of the things I was saying about WSU Kim. You got no tolerance for her stories, but you're willing to take that story. I mean, that story stinks to high heaven.
I agree. I do agree.
You try telling that story to anybody who's not familiar with this case, and just explain to them that this is what happened and this is what the roommates, and they say, and they're automatic, oh, the roommates did it. That's what they said. And that's not what I'm saying. That's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm just saying the story does not make any sense.
Not at all. Not at all. It's none of it. Nothing about it makes any sense. Real quick, Melissa says again, well, I think it'll be very apparent if he wasn't the one who did this, there will be massive holes after trial. Of course, yes. And thank you, Melissa. I've seen even, okay, besides this case, let me put it this way. Besides this case, again, we're all roughly around in the same age group. So we've seen the O.J. Simpson trial. We've seen this, that, and everything else. I've never seen anything like this in my life, ever. And I really don't think we will again, okay? I was a little weirded out, honestly, with the Kiely Rodni case. That one was a little off to me, and I still am not comfortable with that situation. But, what choice do I have? And again, never have I seen anything like this in my life. And it's still, I don't even know what I'm trying to say at this point, guys. It's so... We've said this so many times. We've covered it so many times. We've talked about it so many times. We've dug into things. We've pulled things out of nowhere. We've pulled things out of everywhere. We've turned it inside out and upside down. We've had multiple people talk about it that have come onto all these shows. Within ourselves, as creators, we've all talked within ourselves to each other about it. We've argued with people. We've had knockdown, drag out type arguments with people. It still doesn't make any damn sense. None. Nothing anybody does makes any sense. There's something out there with this case. Something that everybody is missing, in my opinion. No matter how hard we're looking for it, we're not going to find it either because we're not supposed to find it. Okay. Or it's just not something that we can see.
That's why nobody should be coming to this saying, I
have to do it, Johan. I have to do it. Dago, 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 Dago. That's my guy. It hit different. Please click like, subscribe to Dago's content. The True Crime Cafe with Dago. It hit different. That's my guy. It hit different. That's my guy. That guy's sharp. That guy. Listen, fellow Mortobello Italiano. Cavagoo. Mangia all this true crime. All this true crime right here. Manja. It hit different when we send big shout out to the True Crime Cafe with Dago. That's my guy, man. That's my guy. That guy's sharp. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Aw. What? Hold on. Hi, baby. 1 second, guys. All right. You see, I don't know what's going on with that guy, Dr. Drifty. But I guess he didn't like the when I told him that I would expose his bitch ass. I guess he didn't like that when I told him that I will expose his bitch ass being weak. Again, right now we're not here to talk to that idiot. That's why he got blocked and banned the fuck out of here. We don't need you here. Now you're gonna sit there and watch from the bench, little kid. I don't care how old you are. Listen, if you was old enough, you wouldn't know to do not fuck with Jrod. Because in the same way you seen that I did Michelle, in the same way that you seen I did Michelle, believe me that I could do you way worse, bro. Believe me, I could do you way worse. And you fucking with the right one. Just in case you don't know yet how far my reach go. And you're already this little. In the YouTube true crime community, you're already this little. This itty bitty little. You're a little piece of shit. The fuck out of here. Suck a dick. Fuck out of here, bro. Ain't nobody need you around here.
think this as if it's like and that's how could you possibly? I mean, where are you getting your information to come on and say, I think this,
Yeah,
you just don't know.
You can't come out for factual and say Bryan's innocent or Bryan's guilty.
That's why I like to use The Rock as an example. It doesn't matter what you think,
yes.
Really doesn't.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
Ladies, I have to say it again. Ladies, I have to say it again. Baby. There go. Dago, 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 Dago. That's my guy. It hit different when we sending shout outs to Dago. It hit different when Jrod Point send shout out to Dago. He's sharp. Dago is a shark in true crime. He's a shark. Dago is a shark in true crime. That's my guy. Mortobello, mamma mia, pizzeria.
Back. Welcome
Dago,
back.
will you address Dinky, please?
Okay, 1 second.
Where'd they go?
Where did you go? Welcome back. Helen, 1 second, please. Let me find Dinky. That just didn't sound right. Oh, there it is. Ivan Montez, 100% irritated, and the MJ ones. I've been trying to get his attention for days. What are we talking about here, Dinky? I'm not sure. Explain if you will.
They were talking about you or something else.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure that out here. I'm looking to see, did Ivan Montez have something to say that was not? It's right in front of our faces. Well, and I've said that too. That is it. I've said that. Tommy said that before. Is it right there? And we're not. And me and Jules had a conversation. There's something here that we're not seeing, and it's right here in front of us, and it's so evident that we just don't see it. Okay. I know that sounds ridiculous, but at this point, what doesn't?
Does anybody have any info on the toxicology report? Or is that just blank and you can't see it?
I don't think
the
they
only
did
thing
one,
we
did
saw.
they?
No.
I think they did one, but they didn't release
Yeah.
the results. And then I think Mabbitt made a statement saying, doesn't matter. It's not important.
She said it's not
Nothing
going
to
to
see
matter,
here.
which I don't. Yeah, well, okay. Jrod says if they miss this opportunity, they have to go back to the inner circle. But if Kohberger
Yeah,
gets
that's exactly what I was saying.
due to the prosecution mishandled, no one else we brought. No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why I asked that question. Thank you, Jrod. We did get a form that was brought in that was emailed to me of a statewide, like a was it a monthly or a yearly thing, Mama Bear? Remember we looked at that, or were you? I think you were.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and it showed that there were 4 unalivings for the year, 4 of them only, and those 4 they did a toxicology.
Big shout out, and it hit different when I said big shout out, and it hit different when I said big shout out to Joanne. Thank you so much, honey. Very appreciated.
What I don't even know if I'm saying this correctly, but it was like a graph for the year, okay, and it showed that there was really nothing in it, but we don't know if that's the actual like detailed result. Again, Melissa says, yeah, it doesn't make sense now. I 100% agree with that. I'm just reserving my judgment until information can potentially come out and have it make total sense, or it may not. We don't know. And that's a true point. The only thing that I've been talking on in here, people have said, the guy that came in here today, Big Dirty with the beard, said that he's watched me for a while, and it seems like I'm always saying that Bryan is innocent. I've never said that once. Never have I said that once, and I won't say that because I don't think he's innocent. I don't know if he's guilty either. I've not seen any kind of proof to make me believe.
So do you think he did it all by himself?
Absolutely
that is the question. And what I want to answer that, because Big Dirty, Melissa Jade, Daniel Drunk Turkey, where I disagree with them is, and Jrod made a great point. If BK gets off and they don't get anybody else, justice isn't served. But what if BK is sentenced and convicted as the lone perpetrator when there's 3 or 4 other perpetrators, and those guys get off scot-free, guys or gals or whoever get off scot-free, because we've focused on him and he goes down for the crime and the rest of the guilty parties get off. Is one of those results better than the other? Because to me, no. One fall guy when there's several guilty parties, or one guy getting off when there's several, they're both the same. They're both equally as unjust. And so far with the information that we have, like I said, all this stuff is, all these coincidences that you're asking us, that, you know, and now I'm just hypothesizing, which I don't really like to do, but hypothesizing these coincidences could.
I gotta say, we totally agree with that statement too, Kiely, and it's definitely more than one killer. Definitely more than one.
Could all be answered by multiple perpetrators.
That's without counting the people that he's helping them to cover this shit.
And BK being involved, roommates perhaps, or other close friends, or other people around. That could go a long way into explaining it. But the idea that BK did this by himself, you know, for those people that don't believe in coincidences, you're asked to believe in a lot of coincidences to believe that BK did this by himself. Is that Darren Duncan? Darren something?
Richard.
I agree with
hey,
you.
Aloha guys, B. Richard here. Hey.
I just wish that it could make.
What were you saying, Helen?
Helen, go on.
I'm going in and out. But the whole roommate thing is just, it's hard for me to believe. I think I'm going in and out.
Nobody should, I mean, it should be hard for anybody to believe.
Yeah, it doesn't make it. That's the one thing about this that I think has sent everybody into doubt city with it, because that's everybody was okay with a lot of things until everybody figured out that it took her 8 hours to call 911, or took them 8 hours to call 911. And then everything started to go, wait a minute. And I think in the very beginning, everybody in the very, very, very beginning, everyone, of course, thought they were involved, until everything was put out there very quickly, mind you, very quickly, that they were cleared and there's no involvement, and there's this and there's that. They're victims. They're this.
Yeah.
Okay. It's taboo to talk about
And then
that.
the fact that they want to.
I have a question. I have a question. Looking back at our history, what is the biggest crime bust that we are aware of? And a part two of that is, how much were we aware of as it was happening?
Welcome, Jrod.
At this
Hey,
point,
Jrod,
I can't
like
even
your comments, bud.
Richard.
My theory, and I'm not going to go into my theory, I'm just saying we're being like a magic trick. Okay, I just watched My Cousin Vinny for the very first time yesterday, and I got to tell you, it's like the most perfect movie ever. Okay, I cannot believe it's taken me freaking long to watch it. All right, now it's a magic trick. Think about what Vinny says. He's breaking down. He's looking at the magician. He's able to spot where the cards go, where the flowers come from, or all of that and everything. What we're looking at potentially, most likely, is we're looking at something that someone very specifically wants us to be looking at. So my question is, what is going on elsewhere that we're not looking at? Or to the story.
I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
If you think about it, everything, I mean, both the prosecution and the defense often, especially in the beginning, they both wanted the gag order. They were in agreement in a lot of ways. And yeah, there is a little bit of back and forth, this and that. I'm wondering if this thing is as big as it potentially could be, who's in the know, and say, we're looking at him, perhaps, like you said earlier, that perhaps he put that trash in there on purpose. Thank you, Sergeant, as well. Because a lot of this does look kind of precise in that it's so not precise. It's precisely unprecise, meaning it doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense.
No, right.
It's a big story.
That's why I brought that up. And I said, you know, it was just another, let's think about this for a second because of his education, his intelligence levels, and so on and so forth. And I said, maybe he did it on purpose, folks. Maybe he was trying to tell us something or tell them something by doing what he did, because it is such a bizarre scenario. It's nobody's ever touched on that scenario to think of it that way. It could be something like that. Not saying that it is, and that is just my opinion. Okay. But because I've thought about this so much and I was trying to think about it in a different perspective and look for a different way to look at it, something new to look at. Not saying that it means anything. I've
thought of that as well. I mean, that if he wanted to commit the perfect crime and leave all these clues for us, and I mean, if he's really that screwed up, he would be relishing the fact that nobody knows what's going on. Everybody's getting all this bunk information. You know what I mean? Like you could go down that road and say this guy orchestrated this to a T. He left the sheath there to screw with us. Various other things.
Everybody to be insane. That's what, you know, he's that good that he's making us all go insane. I get
it. Again, you're still asked to believe that the roommates, the story with the roommates still lingers. The Kiely being there for one night and one night only, or one weekend and one weekend only. She comes from out of town, comes to town. She's there. She's going to be leaving soon. So there's that window of opportunity for Kiely. That's a massive coincidence, right? And especially when there has been some speculation that she might have been the target, or that her injuries were more severe than the others. And you know, you got her, just that window of opportunity. So if it was her that you were after, that was your chance to get her. You got her with a brand new car. You got her starting a new life. You got the calls to the boyfriend. I mean, Daniel says he doesn't believe in coincidences. I'm going to challenge him to say that if he says BK did this by himself, that's some major coincidences, Daniel. And I'm saying it to you right now.
Well,
Jrod loves that, doesn't he?
Yeah, because I mean, think about it, right? If Bryan Kohberger did it, he's a ninja.
Oh yeah,
he's like speed running, like not one. Then now it's like not one K bar. Now it has to be 2 K bars, and
he's a ninja and a genius that can clean everything, houses, cars, just not that button on that knife sheath, right?
No chemistry brought to the table, far as chemical ingredients to get rid of DNA and stuff like that. Again, Ann Taylor will not sit there. Just so y'all know, all this shit that Dr. Delphi was talking about, and he just like Michelle. Dr. Drifty is just as bad as Michelle. Now Dr. Drifty is doing the same shit that Michelle was doing. So he cannot talk shit about Michelle because Dr. Drifty and Michelle are just the same. They are just the same. Dr. Drifty and Michelle Lee are just the same type of piece of shit. And you're gonna harass people on the emails, insulting people on emails and shit. I guess now you're committing the same crimes that you said that Michelle was committing against you, huh? You piece of shit. Go ahead, keep sending emails. You go ahead and do that. In case you don't know, with that email that you have, I have a program on my computer that I'll get your fucking address and all your fucking information and IP address with your fucking email. You fucking dumbass. Do you know do you know to who the fuck you talking to, you bitch? Do you know who you fucking with? You know you could get it. FBI at your fucking door, you bitch. Stop fucking playing with me. Stop fucking playing with me. I'm the wrong motherfucker to play with, and you a man just like me. I could put these ones on you. Do you understand me? These ones here, you're a man, right? You're a man, right? I could put these ones on you, no fucking problem. Do you understand me? And you, I think at your age, you won't be able to fight with a youngin like me. I'll beat the fuck out of you, you bitch. Don't fuck with me. I'm like that. I'm like that. You a man? You a man? You a man? Are you sure you a man? Because if you a man, I'll beat the living fucking shit out of you. I will make you pee and poop yourself. I'll hit you so hard, dog, that your vials gonna come out. Stop fucking playing with me, dog. You don't have with who you fucking with. If I were you, I'll be listening to Michelle with the shit that she talks about me. If I were you, I'll be listening to the shit that Michelle talks about me. Leave me the fuck alone before it's you the one that end up with no fucking teeth, you bitch. And face perjury. And I ruined her whole case. I ruined her whole fame just lying for a client that she don't know. She's not even linked to Bryan Kohberger Forrest in a personal manner. So it's like, go ahead, bro.
Now, if you think about when he applied to be to work with the local force, I don't know if we actually read the paper. Yeah, I think we did. We were able to read his application, but not the response. And it said something along the lines of he wanted to help the rural communities. Now, imagine if this is way bigger than just one incel offing for hot chicks that he was jealous of, which doesn't make any sense. If it's bigger than that, maybe he actually was working. Maybe there is not just, and I'm not saying, I'm kind of mashing a couple of my theories here. Perhaps there is a bad cop or so. It only takes one. That's all I'm saying. Though I'm not necessarily even leaning in that during this particular theory, because everything from how do you get all the states, all the services and multi-states involved, is that this is something bigger. And that's why my very first question was, what was the biggest sting operation that we are aware of, and how much of it?
You see, Caitlin, if you ask me, we could go deeper than that. We could go deeper than that. Because as we speak, Kiely, correct me if I'm wrong. They needed a fall guy. For this particular case, they needed a fall guy. But they didn't need any type of fall guy. They needed someone that could go with the flow. Someone that they knew if they stick it to, that person wouldn't get no consequences, but just sit down there where you at until we get you the fuck out of here. Do you understand me? You go and sit right there where we need you to be. Pay for, because you will get money after this. We're gonna call it a lawsuit. We're gonna call it a lawsuit. We will pay you out of that lawsuit. But you're gonna go ahead, you're gonna sit there like a good boy. You're gonna come out of that. No problem with you. You're gonna come out of that. By the time you come out of that, we're already good. We're already good. The bag is secure. You hear it here first on Jrod on point. Let's continue.
Were we aware of before the fact? Because we could be witnessing, I mean, we're already witnessing history. This is the biggest case in modern social media as well as DNA. We're witnessing that. This could also be the biggest sting in history. That's just a thought.
I can't answer your question, but I'm dying for you to answer it.
Go ahead, Jesse.
No, I was just saying to Richard, I'm dying. He keeps on asking us what was the biggest sting, and I can't answer. I want to know. I want you to tell us.
Well, actually, that phrase only popped in my head before I called. I was leaning in that direction, though I didn't know exactly what. It's all kind of culminating. I wasn't even going to really go into my theory. I do believe I emailed you, Dago, with some of the thoughts, though it, like everybody, it's an evolution. And I've got multiple thoughts, though this one explains how so many of these questions that we have could potentially be answered. And that's one of the things. I'm not necessarily looking at him. I'm not looking at anybody. I'm just wondering, what are the questions that we have and what would answer all or as many of those, if not all of them? So that's kind of where I'm going. And maybe if it's a sting and there's a lot of organizations involved, and I mean, we know that he wanted to be a good guy, you know, and he even helped that lady like a week or two before this incident, you know, save her life. Like,
this theory has been floated by a bunch of people, but to my knowledge, you've never had a cop or an informant actually taken to trial for a murder as part of an investigation. That's just that there is zero cases in history that's happened. Or informant or
okay.
I don't think it's. I don't think there's any precedent for that.
Can I interject?
Absolutely.
You see, that's a very good theory. Let me say that, Richard. That's a very good theory. Something that I could say about that is like local small towns. Hi, Mama Bear. Small local towns, right? We got Pullman, we got Moscow PD. We all know that all the administration of both towns stay within to have total control of narrative, of possible outcomes, what's really the meat and potato within that town. They only allow what they allow. They don't allow what they don't allow. So I feel that when Kohberger signed up for Pullman, they see a sort of high qualification guy trying to get in, and at some point, I'm just going with Richard's theory. They could have felt intimidated that someone that is from far away with such a high classification on the court justice system, like the guy has a master, has a degree on psychology, degree on criminology, master in criminal justice. He's expertise in forensic data, modern forensic data, cloud, stuff like that. So the keyword is forensic data. So when they see that someone from far away that doesn't have nothing to do, no link within their community, wants in, that could be a worry for the department and be like, hold on, this guy just being here for 2-3 months. This could be an FBI agent. This could pop up and hurt us in certain way. We don't know. Like, we don't know if he's an FBI agent. We don't know. You know, going by the Richard's theory, not my theory, just Richard's theory. So the PD could have got a little worried about him signing in with hold on, we don't want to have no one from the outside and this and that. But in my personal opinion, it's a non-theory. For just no disrespect, just because the guy spent there again 2 to 3 months before he got accused for this. In 2 to 3 months, he had to change his license plate to Washington license plate in November the 2nd. People still don't talk about that. People still say like, oh, but the car had only one license plate because he was from Pennsylvania. Go ahead, Dago.
Oh, no. Don't worry about me. Go ahead. I'm listening.
So it's like he had to change his license plate November the 2nd. As we could tell, this guy was on top of his game as far as his goals and what he wanted to do in life. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Johnny, Utah. I'm a movie guy, okay? I'm an artist. I'm a movie guy, this and that. I was watching Point Break by Catherine Bigelow, my favorite record. Watching it a couple days ago. He was a football star, very good in his field, though. He swapped it up and he moved to another location. He went undercover, and everybody thought that he was a loon, whatnot, or jackass, whatever, and everything. He had to infiltrate, and he was one of the smarter individuals. Not necessarily. Well, Johnny Utah wasn't the smartest per se, though. He's a surfer. He was able to flow with the vibes. What would Bryan Kohberger's vibe be? His vibe would be criminology and surfing that lane. That is his specialty. What if there's a bad seed in that area, corruption, let's say, and I'm saying the police were working with the FBI or something. This is just one theory. I've got a few, but this is one that I'm vibing on right now. Is the police, it was planted on purpose to take the attention away from the actual individuals, because why else were there 54 FBI agents there that weekend before the incident, and then 16 or 14 more afterwards, and then all the undercovers that we're hearing about, this and that, potentially.
Yeah, but if you go that direction, Richard, I respect that. I do. But if you go that direction, in my opinion, you also have to ask, did it start? Is it from the get-go? Is it from go, or is it somewhere after the fact? Meaning, were they involved in the actual entire situation, or did that rogue officer get involved during the investigation?
Okay, I'm going to say something, and I reserve the right to change this at any time, because obviously I think a little bit more abstractly, what if Payne is not the jerk that a lot of people seem to think he is? Because he did fly out. I mean, he was the one who spotted it, and he did have to change his, or he had multiple stories, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's so many inconsistencies, and yeah, this and that. Now, I'm just throwing this out there to interview Bryan Kohberger. From my understanding, he had 15 minutes with him.
Mm-hmm.
I do not believe that Bryan said was anybody else arrested. I think that was cultivated. And I do believe that Bryan knew that he was going to be followed. Now, going on your thing, and I'm kind of combining now. If he was to put trash in the other bin as a signal, well, perhaps when they got pulled over, and it was brought up the shooting at Washington, maybe this is all being tied together and signals are being sent over. Okay, that might be a little bit too theatrical, but you see what I'm saying? Like, he knew that either if he's not an agent, okay, then he knew that he was being followed and that he would be a suspect for whatever reason, and we'd like to know why. Because why bring up that guy in 7 states over that has nothing to do with anything, especially Thai food?
I want to say, far as the DNA data, I remember that they were allegedly watching him clean his car on the car wash.
Yeah.
So who tells me that they didn't went to the trash in that car wash and get DNA from there and plant it in the cheek?
Yeah, they could have got his DNA from McDonald's 3 weeks earlier for,
just as a possibility. Just Speedball.
Yeah, no, I know, I agree. It's curious why they wait, and like he drove because of weather, this and that. Yeah, certainly he did go down to Nevada, which happens to be kind of near where Bethany's family lives. And then they lost him for 11 hours or whatnot, and then they pick up with him again and ding back. They pulled him over twice within 10 minutes. So I wonder what the first stop did not accomplish. Questions like that.
They didn't Indianapolis police again, if you send a BPA for a particular car nationwide, Indianapolis, as soon as they ran the license plate, the sensor ran the license plate, they would have point guns at him and get him out the car and brought back to so it was really no BPA on that particular car. The cops nationwide did not have an idea. This is why I cannot believe Moscow PD was looking for him, or that they were worried about when he left the state, when they knew he left the state. Like, you had him already for a month. If you have anything for that, if you have anything against that guy, why you waited until he went back home for the vacations? He still have his key of his office. He still have not been fired or whatnot from Pullman. It seems that he was coming back after Christmas vacation. So it's like, if you had this guy for a whole month and you had something against him, why you waited for him to go back home for vacation and then say like he's running away from this case? And then if you do think that way, right? So then why, if you think that he's running away, why you didn't put a nationwide BPA so as soon as any other agency from other states stop him on a traffic stop or whatnot, wouldn't brought him back in? You didn't have to send no FBI, you didn't have to send no marshals, you didn't have to spend all that money doing this and that, create this big show that he's running away. Because as soon as you send a BPA, any sensor nationwide in the highways, that sensor on the highway will send a BPA. A patrol cruise is going to be right behind you, even though if they didn't see you. Air vigilance, like they have drones watching the highways with sensors. So if that drone get a BPA alert and that drone get the signal out of that car, the drone is gonna send a patrol car after him. So they didn't have to do all that at the end of the day if it was a serious matter. Go ahead, Dago.
Not that I was just making a point with Cowboy's comment there, stating that he didn't want his father to say he's an agent to the cops. And if that were true, okay, if he was doing something like that, his reaction to what his father was saying is kind of fitting, to be honest with you. The look on his face when his dad starts talking, I'm not saying that he was, guys. I'm just saying this is another what if comment. But
he's playing devil's advocate.
Right. If you look at this, I mean, the reaction in that video, if you go back and watch that Indiana stop, it kind of fits with this comment, folks. It really does. Because he looked at his dad real quick as if it's like, what do you say?
If you ask
how many people on the panel have been pulled over for following too close?
If you ask me, Dago,
not twice in 10 minutes.
Due to the heat.
Ever in your life, have you ever been pulled over for following too close?
Never.
Do you know anybody that's been pulled over for that?
Never.
And I'm in Indiana, so.
Never. I've never been pulled over by that.
I'll tell you right now, I've never. Here's something else I want you to understand. I don't know what Indiana's like. Now, in Ohio, the Ohio State Patrol they're assholes. They will pull you over if your finger's hanging out the window, okay? But never for that. Now, to be pulled over by a state patrol officer on an interstate highway makes a lot of sense to me. But to be pulled over by a county sheriff's deputy does not make any sense to me, because jurisdictionally, at least in Ohio, they don't deal with the freeways, the highways, the interstates at all. Never.
They do here.
Okay, well, that's why that doesn't make sense to me, because we don't do that around here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't. At least here in Ohio, where I'm at, they like the sheriff, like They don't mess around with traffic.
Yeah, the sheriff,
like that.
And,
sheriff
and the county he was in is like just outside of the city limits, so that's probably why.
Okay.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, in Ohio, our sheriff's deputies, they're pretty much in the rural areas. They deal with like the country areas because the places that don't have city police. That's pretty much what they do. Townships and stuff like that. The interstates, the freeways, that's all state patrol, and local cities is jurisdictionally just for city police. That's how we break it down around here. And I was kind of like curious about how that worked out like that. So,
I'd like to take this opportunity to remind drunk turkey Daniel that he doesn't believe in coincidences, by the way. Two stops in 10 minutes. Okay. So Daniel, if you're listening, you don't believe in coincidences.
Now, I was seeing something. I'm sorry.
Hi, Turkey. Hi.
I love Daniel, by the way. I don't mean to be a prick, but
he's probably laughing at the same time.
We all love Daniel. Cold Turkey Show. That's the name, right? Cold Turkey.
Yep. The drunk turkey.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I think I'd be a good fit on there.
Sorry.
It's all right.
That area of Pullman, Washington, and Moscow, Idaho. I was watching somebody, and they did a map, essentially saying that this area should be its own state because it's not like Seattle and it's not like Boise. Because both, even though there's a state line, both they work together and they're constantly in communication and everything. Okay, so just putting that out there. And also, what happened to the $3 million budget for the DNA plant that they got? DNA plant. I mean DNA organization.
Lab. I think.
3 months before all of this. Now, if there's corruption on a higher level, above the police, see, I'm not even talking about the police anymore, the cops. If there's corruption on a major level, corruption is corruption. So maybe that's something. And I was going to send this to you, Dago. I did not. Though I don't know if you guys watch Steve Leto's Law. He did this a video. Connecticut, 300 state troopers busted for falsifying pullover tickets, auto tickets and everything. Not that the individuals that got pulled over were wrongly pulled over. There's two systems there, and in one system, they didn't check it on time. There's 36,000 wrong things, and then 64,000 wrong things. So it's up to about 100,000, I think, wrong reports, which was in the separate app to get more funding for the Connecticut State Police. This is a fact. So just saying, corruption is everywhere, and it starts probably with one person or maybe one big dog, and then everybody else falls in line, maybe not even aware that they're doing it. That's all I'm saying.
By the way, I'm half Italian, half everything else. Gabagoo.
I think your name's very applicable, Jrod, because I think you are always on point.
I appreciate you though. No, and I don't like to I put that name. I put that name because I like to be on point, right? And if I'm not on point, I'm trying to be close to it. You know what I mean? I don't. Another thing I want to say, congratulations, Dago. The last live stream where I was here with you and Dr. Latina and JC is actually in second place on your most popular live stream ever. You have the 18,000 on the Ohio, the University of Idaho. You have the 18,000, and then this one, the one that we were not long ago, is in second place, tied up with the video of Linda Lane. Congratulations, Dago.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Congratulations.
Very much so. Appreciate it.
I just wanted to give you your flowers, man. You're doing a great, amazing job, though.
I do want to ask a question, though. What are the odds? What are the odds that every one of us has a damn hat like that? What are those odds like, huh? How about that one?
You know the one I put on. I bought it for like $3 on the street in Malaysia last time I traveled there, which was only a few months back. But
right. Thank you. Exactly. Thank you guys for that. I appreciate it, all of you guys. And All I can say is forget about it. It's fugazi.
Fugazi.
Dago,
if you give me a second, do y'all remember the 5 days after this massacre, the Goncalves family made a big major statement in this case that they didn't believe that this was a random drive-by looking for victims. This was a statement that they made on national news. They affirmed that whoever did this knew all 4 victims in a personal way. After that interview came out, everything changed. Everything around this case changed drastically. Right after they said that, in nationwide news, everything changed. Then for some apparently reason, someone very close to them, I don't want to mention the name, someone very close to them start bringing information to Moscow PD. Oh, check this, check that, check this, check that. And then Moscow PD decided to utilize that timeline brought up by a non-investigated certified official. They allowed that timeline to infiltrate this investigation. That was close around when I had my conversation with Moscow PD. I don't know if you have seen like my text that I sent you. Dago. It's a big taboo. It's a big taboo on this case, and the biggest taboo of all is the Grubhub cam. The Grubhub cam.
Yeah.
My last conversation not long ago with Captain Dillinger. Big shout out to Captain Dillinger from Moscow PD. Very appreciate the attentions. I still haven't had a conversation with Chief Fry yet. I think he's a very busy man, but you know, I'm still. I keep calling here and there to see if I'm lucky enough to have a conversation with him, but they only put me with the captains and stuff like that. I have make an emphasis to please use modern days technology to filter this footage, because we I spent hours, weeks, months watching this footage, and I utilized the 4K footage. The big shout out to Plunder. Big shout out to Plunder. I love Plunder. The 4K footage that she have is the most clear footage all over the internet right now as we speak, and it's very clear if you sit there with pictures of all victims next to you like next to your screen, and you have pictures galore of all the victims, and you look at this footage, we could tell there is more people there than what they say. Like I don't know if you allow me to say it. I know I'm gonna get burned on fire for this, but guess what? Captain Dillinger couldn't tell me if they, you know, I asked Captain Dillinger like, hey, did you pay attention to this footage? Do you know the people that is in this footage? Oh, you know, Jrod cannot tell you that. And I was like, oh, okay. But at least you're acknowledging the Grubhub footage.
Right.
In that Grubhub footage, if you allow me to say, which I know I might get burned for this, I believe, in my personal opinion, that doesn't have to be no one else's opinion. But I seen Ethan and Sana wearing her gray hoodie, her beige hoodie, like this big. She came out in a TikTok with that hoodie. The problem here is, I told Captain Dillinger, dude, she came out on a TikTok with the same hoodie that she's wearing that day on the Grubhub camp looking for food. And they were there at the same time with Maddie and Kiely. They were there. I believe that Kiely was texting her friends because John Jack Show Walker, she was iffy about him. So I believe she was texting her friends, because you could see when Kiely's looking down, her friend, one of the girls that went to the celebration of life, she came and give her a hug and say something to her like, you know, sort of a, hey, we're here. And then that's where you see Sana, the other girls, you see Ethan with the other guy with the baseball hat and the hood and the jersey. the guy with the baseball hat and the jersey, instead of him following all of them to order, he stayed behind, right behind John Jack Showalker on the dart, like watching the everything. Like after 5 minutes, the guy then decided to walk away and join the group of friends. So all that body language indicates me that Kiely knew that she was in trouble with John Jack Showalker being there. And this is the whole reason why she needed her friends to be there in case when by the time they skip on John Jack Showalker, due to the John Jack Showalker see that her friends are there, he wouldn't be able to act up. He wouldn't be able to say nothing, do nothing as soon as the girls take off on him. And this is exactly what happened. If you realize when the car is pulling up and parking, the chubby guy and John Jack Showalker go and see who's pulling up. They do this like who's pulling up. So when he see who's pulling up, he was like, oh shit. Like, change your plans. I told it everything that I know. Moscow PD knows this. As soon as I told Moscow PD about all this information that I told, again, I spent 35 to 45 minutes with Moscow PD. You know, if I was telling them any BS that they wouldn't believe, they would say thank you for your help. We got all the tips that we need to take care of. Have a good day. Click. In 5 minutes, they would have hung up on me. But I spent 35 to 45 minutes, and the lady had a supervisor in the back listening and asking me questions and cross-reference me like, why you believe this? What's, you know, cross-referencing everything that I'm telling them. Right after I told them all this information about the 4 victims being in a Grubhub truck, not even 2 days later, they pop up with the white Hyundai situation.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I also told him before I hang up, this is on record. This is on record. Ann Taylor have this, the prosecution have this. I told them. I know for a fact the University of Idaho don't want no blood, no part of this. They don't want none of their students to be suspects. Just with the fact that their students became suspects of killing their own peers, that will ruin the whole culture of the University of Idaho. They don't want no part of this. So I told Moscow PD so like that, they know like, hey guys, if this go the other way of what I'm telling you, hope you know that I know why it went the other way. Right before I hang up, I hang up. They didn't hang up on me. I hung up. Few days later, oh, they have a white Hyundai. And I'm like,
so as far as you're concerned, Kiely was the target then, Jrod?
Yeah, Kiely was the target though.
Yeah. I mean it makes sense, right? I mean, if that's not the case, then it's a big coincidence that you have to believe.
The cops when they said that it was a targeted, passionate crime, I believe they knew right away who it was. And then when the Goncalves said, like, they confirmed those statements on national TV saying like this was not a random drive-by of a person looking for victims. This was someone that knew the victim. This came out of the Goncalves mouth right after the PD said this was a targeted, passionate crime. They knew who did this. Who knows they knew who did this, and it came out to nationwide news. I believe the University of Idaho was like, hello, what the heck you doing? What the heck you doing? Hold on, listen, what? We're gonna send a care package your way. We're gonna send a care package your way. Listen, we're gonna flip this a whole 180. Because it don't make no sense. Like, why Moscow PD gonna say it's a targeted, passionate crime? Ex-boyfriend, possibly. The mom and dad will say like, well, this was not a random drive-by. This was someone that knew the victims. So that means that whoever did this had total control within the house. And no one can deny that information because that's legitimate information. That's to the 100% legitimate, on record, public record, undisputable, indisputable information that in court will play a major part on the help of the defense. Major part. Major. They don't want the Goncalves to testify. I'm going to tell you right now, this case was never meant to go to trial. This case was never meant to go to trial. He said, that's funny, you called Michelle's sister for 4 months. Who the fuck you talking to? Who the fuck you talking to? You know why he's jealous? You know why he's jealous? Because Hannah picked me to talk with me because she didn't want to talk with a crazy ass dude. Oh, dude. Creepy, weirdo dude. You want to know what Sana said, Dr. Drifty? She said that you sound like a creepy weirdo. She said that you sounded like a perv, just with whatever you sent on the letter. You sounded like a perv. That's what Hannah said. Hannah said that her and her brother are not going to talk to you because you were weirdo. You weird them out sending them letters and shit, dude. Who does that? Who does that? Who does that? That you're going to send letters to the kids of Michelle? Who does that, Dr. Drifty? Who the fuck does that? You send a letter to the son and daughter of Michelle, and the daughter decided to reach out to me, dog, because she don't trust you. You're a weirdo. You weird. Oh, man. Don't get you teeth knocked the fuck out one day, okay? Teeth could just spit teeth. You know, when the teeth crunch in your mouth, did you get all this fucking teeth in your mouth and you start spitting shit and you start cutting your lips and shit with your own teeth? Do you know about that? No, you don't. I bet you don't. But you will meet your daddy if I put these motherfuckers on you. You're going to meet your daddy if I put these motherfuckers on you. Oh, you don't want to go the other route because he's two clapping at the same time. So stop playing with me, dog. And then 2 + 2. Just use your head, dog, before you get put under the dirt for free. Leave me the fuck alone before you the one is gonna get it, bitch. They know. So of course, like for example, I'm gonna speak ball real quick for people that don't understand. John Jack Showalker could be that one pawn that JD, let's call him JD, sent with him to make sure that the girls get to the house and make sure that there's no one at the house. Call me.
I like what you said about whoever did this had to have total control in the house, because the idea that somebody who'd never been in that house just goes into that house when there's all the cars in the driveway on a random night when one of the people is just there for that night, that is a massive coincidence. And you're asked to believe a rather fantastical story that a guy comes in there with a sheath knife that he's cleaned off, except for one little spot on the buckle swab, and he's able to take care of business with 4 people, including a male who's quite athletic. And you know, I mean, that story is fantastical. And you're also
Let me join Reacher. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
Yes, cool dudes. Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to say thank you. I am going to go ahead and pop out. I just got some food. Speaking of DoorDash, check on me later. Make sure I'm still here. I want to say thank you to everybody. Love and aloha. And Dago, I did send you that Lato's Law link about the Connecticut troopers because not necessarily to show here. So the second half of it, he's breaking down from a major attorney's perspective his experience and awareness of corruption in law office or police corruption, this and that. I don't know what the word.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And hey, my screensaver's got Malaysia on there, dude. I've been to Malaysia. I spent several months there.
Mine's too, Jesse. Mine's too. My screensaver.
Well, I'm in Thailand right now, Richard. So you probably didn't know that, but yeah, it's like 3 and 4 in the morning.
It's like someone is like very scared right now. Why you emailing a man? Why you emailing a man? I think you gay too. I think you gay too. What the fuck you emailing a man? You sounding gay right now. Why you sending me email? Are you scared? Why you sending me emails? It seems like you scared. It seems like you know what the fuck could happen to you. So if you know that, what the fuck you teasing the bed when you scared? Stop playing with me, dog. It could happen. Set it up. It could happen, dog. Set it up. It could happen. I could give you what you always wanted in your life, that is getting your ass whooped. You listen, it could happen. Just set it up. It could happen, dog. Quick. Don't take too long, bitch. If you're gonna do it, do it. Don't act like a little girl, all in emails and shit, not gonna do nothing about it. Where you at? Where you at? Get brave. I need you to get brave. That's what you need to do. Stop emailing shit. Stop emailing shit and get it going, bitch. Emailing shit, you ain't doing nothing but proving me what I'm talking about. You're a little bitch. You're a grown-ass little bitch. What the fuck you doing emailing me? Shut the fuck up. Don't emailing me and do something, bitch. Why you emailing me when you could just shut the fuck up? Stop giving me proof. Stop giving me proof that it could get you in trouble. Stop giving me proof, you dumbass, that it could get you in trouble. Hold on. Stop giving me proof that it could get you in trouble, you fucking dumbass. Shut the fuck up and do something. You ain't doing nothing with a fucking email. What the fuck you think you're doing? Not a fucking thing. You're just giving me more reasons of whenever I see you to pop your fucking lip. Who the fuck you talking to, little bitch? Do something. You need to shut up. Don't email me no more. And you need to do something. You need to do something. Stop emailing me. You need to do something. If you brave, you need to do something. Set it up. Set it up. And see what will happen to you. Just set it up. This is what you need to do. You set it up. And see what's going to happen to you. Just stop emailing me. Just stop emailing me like a little girl. Because that's what you are, a little girl. You're not now you Michelle. Now I'm gonna treat you exactly like I treat Michelle. Look at little girl. Look at little girl. Look at little girl on the phone. Little girl. A little girl on the phone. Like the gay jealous boyfriend. What the fuck you doing? How old are you? How old are you? And you email you spam emailing like that, like a girl that is pissed off. It's into someone is mad. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. More. Look at another. Doug tell you better can. He mad. He mad. He keep emailing. Listen, he's doing the same shit that I told Michelle. Listen, I told Michelle, hey, Michelle, stop emailing me. The first motherfucking thing that the bitch did, he was emailing me. I tell the same thing to Dr. Drifty. Yo, bitch, stop emailing me. Do something. Stop emailing and do something. What? Stop emailing and do something. You ain't gonna do shit. You're only emailing, bro. Fuck wrong with you? What kind of mental health are you now? You see me shining on TV with the big dogs, right? You see me on TV. You see me on screen right now with the big dogs of true crime, right? You a little itty bitty nothing, dog. You a itty bitty nothing, nothing. You are nothing in true crime. You are nothing as a man because you just proven yourself. You ain't nothing. You ain't nothing as a man because a man wouldn't send spam emails. Be mad like a girl, mad like a girl. Look at that's probably him again. Look at this shit. Mad like a girl. Hey, he's worse than Michelle, bro. He's worse than Michelle. I can't wait to put my hands on this bitch.
Here, I'm drinking wine. Got off work at midnight. I do true crime in my, well, only for the last week or so. I've been doing true crime after work and with a bottle of wine. And, you know, why not? As long as you'll keep having me, Dago.
Right. That's an interesting case, Melissa. That one's always floored me.
A big shout out to the big Turkish, cold turkey show.
Drunk turkey.
Drunk turkey.
Oh, drunk turkey show. Sorry. My apologies, Daniel.
Right.
I got the glasses. Just is it all talk that your body can catch, bitch? What you talking about? Me spelling? Like what the fuck you talking here? All talk that your body can cash like money, cash, bitch. Ain't this bitch was talking about me, my spelling? He was talking mad shit about my spelling and he can't even put some sense. He's so mad. He's mad like a girl that he can't even put words together for an email because he want to send them so fast because he's so pissed off. Probably his hands are shaking and shit. The phone is like flipping on his hand and shit. Like he can't even control the phone and shit. This bitch is mad. You're a little mini me. Itty bitty. Yeah, itty bitty, papi. You ain't nothing in true crime. You ain't nothing as a man. Because again, why you sending emails? A man will not send emails. A man make it happen. A man make it happen. You sending emails. You ain't doing nothing with that. You're just showing me how much of a girl you are, dog. How much of a girl like you, buddy?
I think Jrod's drunk.
No, I just woke up, man.
So I got a quick question for you guys. Somebody had brought this, which I never even paid attention to it. To my attention about Ethan getting stopped by the police at some point. Okay, I never saw this before. Surprisingly enough, I thought I'd seen everything. Right. The thing that I have a problem with when I'm looking at this, and it's probably just my miseducation in this situation, but I swear to God that this police stop looks like the same car that whatchamacallit drives. And at some point, did he have this car as well? The same type of car? Does anybody know?
I don't know about that though. I don't know. I gotta do a little research on that, but I'm fully aware that the car that he was they could be the car that they talking about around the area. It could be Maddie's car. Maddie's car has a 4-door.
It looks like
Maddie.
It looks like Enan's car. Enan Harsh. It looks like Enan Harsh's car.
Okay. Maddie has a 4-door white sedan. That is a Chevy Cruze. It's a Chevy Cruze, if I'm not mistaken, and it could be look like it's the same size of the Hyundai Elantra. It's the same size. So if like these two cars, you know what I mean? Like if these two cars pass by a camera, it could be easily mistaken though. I'm just saying.
This is nothing like that, but this is a dark blue Subaru, just like Enan Harsh drove.
No, at least me, I was talking about like, you know, the footage that they have of a white car driving around the area. You know, they could have, you know, it's nefarious to say that if after the victims were dead, you know, they could have been using Maddie's car, you know what I mean, like to drive around the block for whatever that could be. and that's the car that they have on the pictures, like driving around the area, just because her car is the same size of a Hyundai Elantra. It's 4 doors, also at the same height, same length. Already double check on that, the same height, same length, 4-door. The lights in the back pop out. This in the same way that an Elantra would. So who tells me that after the victims were dead, whoever did this or accomplices were driving Maddie's car around to make it look like a white car was driving around? You know what I mean? Like, this is possibilities that, again, just spitballing here. It's confirmed a white
at
car,
the end of the day,
car being
is a white car driving around evidence of anything? Because I don't really think it should be.
Yeah, no, because they have to.
If you can't get a plate for a driver, a white car driving around is, you might as well print it on a piece of toilet paper and do that with it, because
I totally agree with you, Jesse. Yeah, that's why I can't wait for me and you have a conversation.
Flip a coin out in traffic and hit a white car.
Same thing, yeah, right. Like, she's right. Flip a coin and boom, there's one. That's it. You know what I mean? It's a bit much to me, but I just noticed.
That's why I get frustrated when I hear creators pulling up Linda Lane footage and going, and Bryan Kohberger does a 3-point turn, and it's like, man. And then people want to give shit to WSU Kim for her theories. I mean, of all the theories that have been floated around, I mean, hers is pretty tame.
You see, that's why I sent shout out to her last time that I was here, because we being tough on her, because we haven't even she knows, like, that's why she kind of like don't like me. That's why I had to send shout outs to her.
I gotta respond to Melissa Jade. How do you know they don't have her license? I mean, you check yourself right there. How do you know they don't have his license plate? How do I know anything that they don't have or don't? Nobody, we can't be talking in respect of what we don't know. We can only be talking about in respect of what we do know. So this, how do you know they don't, is not, that is a reverse argument. That's like, I'm struggling with my words. Perhaps I've had too many glasses.
Hey, Joanne, should we tell that to Drifty that we know that he's Papa Ryers? What he should be worried about is how the fuck I know this. What he should worry about is how the fuck I know that he's what he should worry about is how the fuck I know that he's Papa Ryers. I'm done, man. I'm done. Listen, this dude is weird. If we thought that Michelle got mental problems, this dude, he might be way worse. Look at him. He's spamming emails. Are you serious? You gay, bro. You gay. Look at him. He gay. He's confirmed gay. This guy is gay. He gay though. Yeah. He's emotionally attached to a man. Wow. Like I could believe about Michelle, because Michelle is a woman, right? And sometimes women get attached like that. But a man attached emotionally to another man, if you ask me, that's gay as fuck. That's gay as fuck. That's gay. That's gay. That's gay. That's gay. I'm sorry to say, this guy is gay. Dr. Drifty is gay, confirmed. Dr. Drifty is confirmed gay. Wow. That shit crazy. It hit different. Gay all day, every day, non-stop spamming email like a mad girlfriend. Like, you know, one of those girlfriend that is mad at you. Wow. And he keep emailing like a girl. Instead of do something, he emailing shit. He mad. He mad. It hit different. It hit different when he get exposed as the Dr. Drifty get exposed as Papa Rogers confirmed, and then also is confirmed that he gay because he's emotionally attached to another man. It hit different. Wow. Listen, man, that'll give me more reason to just beat the fuck out of you, bro. Oh, this dude is weird.
One, but I'm not about to speak about what I don't know. I'm not about to speculate about what I don't know. I'm only speculating on what I have seen and what I can prove, and the idea that he's guilty because there's stuff that we haven't seen is that's not how I really roll.
Wow.
You know?
Right.
Yeah, and again, going back to WSU, Kim, like this is why we send shout outs to her, because she actually, I was paying a little bit more attention to what she was saying in one of her latest live streams, and she actually makes a lot of sense. The only thing that I disagree with her, it was that if your kids knew that these people were there in the house and you didn't call the cops, you are as guilty of all those people that didn't call the cops that day.
I agree on that one.
I cannot call her no breaks on that. Yes, she has a valid theory. She does. I applaud her for that, for having the courage to actually be looking at Jack D.
You can read that
looking at him
when you want to.
You know what I mean? But at the same time, if you knew that it was dead people on the house at 8 o'clock in the morning and your kids knew and you didn't call the cops to alert them, you are as guilty as the people that covering this shit up.
Well, like I say, she's been vindicated to a certain degree, because in the beginning, when she was saying she had these Snapchats and that there were people in the house before the 911 call, there was no evidence of that. And now we've been provided evidence that.
But how we double check that, calling the cops and like, hey, I have information that these people dead in this house. Can you please corroborate this conversation? Is everyone on WSU kids are talking about this? Can you please go and double check that? Because it cannot be a coincidence that every one of the kids from WSU already knew. So if the WSU kids,
it's already a coincidence that Dave and Kim come out together with roughly this quite a similar story. You know, and like I say, in the beginning, we all assumed that Dylan made the call or one of the roommates made the call to 911, and it only came out a while back that was actually this Hunter, the friend of Ethan, that was on the phone with 911, and
that's not even confirmed yet, though. That's not even confirmed. That's narrative. Like none of this stuff. Like none of
that hasn't been confirmed. Has it not been confirmed that it was not? It was not.
They have not shared the 911 call with no one.
Yeah, no one's heard it.
No, I know that the 911 call hasn't been released, but I believe that somebody has spoken on it saying that it was
different narrative. You know, they could say it was me. They could say it was me and believe it. You know, they could say, yeah, Jrod made the phone call and believed it too. You know what I mean? Like it's no confirmation. Let's think about this real quick. If his prosecution had everything that they've been talking about that they have, when this case looks so bad right now, that this case right now as we speak is being delayed, not because the defense. This case is being delayed because the prosecution has not given the discovery to the defense to be ready for this case. So the only thing that I could think about that it makes sense is like if the prosecution don't want to share these details of discovery, obviously they know for a fact that they have a weak case, because you have to allow by law the defense to be ready for this. So them holding out on evidence and holding out and playing this procrastination game, this is why the defense just put the prosecution on notice to the judge that if by August 18 the prosecution still have not shared the evidence, this could be a full dismissal for Bryan Kohberger. Like if prosecution do not allow the defense to be ready for this case, and then I don't know where they either procrastinated to not give the evidence. Big shout out to Joel's. They by law, prosecution has to give evidence. If you're gonna utilize it on trial, they have to give the evidence to the defense for them to have a case to defend. But if prosecution is holding out evidence and they don't want to share it for whatever that reason is, by the time August 18 pop up and the defense are not ready because prosecution didn't share their evidence, it's gone. It's done. It's no trial. They're gonna dismiss this case that day because again, they already put the prosecution on notice. It's like, you are not giving us the chance to defend our guy properly. You have not shared the DNA situation. The prosecution already said that they're not going to utilize the DNA nor the sheet in court against Bryan Kohberger. So again, goes back to like, I'm baffled the other content creators still talking about the DNA sheet when the DNA sheet is already proven that it's out the case onto the prosecution. Brought the discovery.
Well, they're still going to use the DNA in the sheath. They're just not going to use the IgG profile that they got them to.
They can, because
unless the defense gets it tossed, right?
If you don't share the full spectrum of all the discovery on time,
but you're speculating that it's going to get tossed, right?
It's like let's say like this: prosecution are not allowed by law to surprise the defense. By law. Yeah. They're not allowed to surprise the defense, like come out of nowhere, like, haha, we have this. Because then now the defense cannot argue against that properly because they didn't have that evidence for them to create a case against it. You know,
I think they should. I would like to think they can get it tossed, but until they get it tossed, the prosecution will bring the sheath in, and that will be their main source of evidence
but it's
against
tossed right now. It's tossed because they don't want to share the discovery. They already said on paperwork that they are not going to use that in court on trial.
My degree at the University of the corner of Lexington Avenue doesn't allow me to disagree with you because I'm not qualified. But as I understand it, they're still going to use that DNA on the sheath. They're just not going to provide the IgG information. But Jules also made a good point. She said that Christie has said that Hunter made the 911 call, and I guess so. That's not in a court document, but it's basically, in my mind, it's sort of confirming what Kim said. It is giving credibility to Kim's story because obviously
how can we argue that something is confirmed when it's not in court paperwork?
Well, because it's from the mother of the deceased, so we're giving her a little bit more. So as far as rumors out there by other people, if we're talking about the mother of one of the victims.
Thank you, Jesse. Rumors, yes.
No,
we cannot go in court by rumors.
No, if Christy says
confirmed is maybe the wrong word, but yeah, it certainly carries more weight if she's saying it than if
It's like New Nation say what they say, Daily Mail say what they say, and all these news stations say what they say. So
I know,
they
but come on, Jrod,
right?
We can't compare the mother of a victim to News Nation, can we? We have to assume that if she's putting something out there,
but
like
we already know. Do we already know that the Goncalves family has lied to us already before? Because they said that excuse me, They said that Jack Decor was the same day. Excuse me, Kim. Can you be a little educated?
I'm gonna give you a minute, but I'm gonna give you a minute.
The Goncalves said the same day the crime happened, Jack Decor was at their house getting butt naked, showing them their body, which the mom of Kiely confirmed that was not true. And then they had to say that Jack Decor came by the house the next day. So you already put information out that is false.
Yeah,
so sure. With
the
Goncalves, Dad said one thing, Mom said one thing. So the dad said that Jack was there at their house, butt naked, showing them their body, and then the mom said a whole different story. We at least me, I pay attention. This is my job. I pay attention to detail.
I agree with that, Jrod. I totally agree with you. I understand that you want facts and you want, like Lana, and I respect Lana too. I respect you too. I respect that opinion and ideology. However, as a parent and a sister who's lost a brother and a parent who's lost a child, my husband and I have different views. We have different memories, and we must offer grace for timeline issues or those little things. We must allow them to say whatever they remember at the moment in the time with a grain of salt, and never ever come back with harsh words like lying, because that's a hard word, right? People don't like to hear that.
I'm sorry, honey, but I'm not here to satisfy people's emotions. I'm sorry. I'm very respectful, but if Goncalves Senior said that Jack Decor was at his house the day that the crime occurred, hours after. If you ask me, we already know that Jack Decor was nowhere to be found.
Okay, so then let's just say that.
So you're not willing to give Steve Goncalves a pass?
When do you?
No, I don't. If you said that Jackie was at his house and then the mom said that was not true, then
I know, but I'm going to give him a pass if he makes a mistake.
Anytime in that instance.
Let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick. I'm sorry, folks.
Okay.
I do want to say that I have to say. I don't want to call it lying. Okay, I think that and Daniel touched on this when he spoke with Christy and so on and so forth, that based on what these families have gone through, that a lot of things can be said through emotions that may have been misspoken per se, but not necessarily lying. That's what I want to say is in regards to that scenario. That's all I'm saying.
Right, and I will say this: days become days. One day, 24 hours.
That's okay. I respect that.
No, I like you, bro.
Days. And if the only thing that you're measuring it by is sleep, they probably hadn't slept. That's all I'm saying. So I just think that as people, as fellow human beings, we offer them the grace of time and not having a real concept of time. We take what they said about Jack Decor being, and I understand that time is different for us because we were sleeping that night, right? We went to sleep each night within the 24-hour period. But so I would just ask maybe that we change a little bit of our thought process and judgment here to say, let's consider what they said, not necessarily the time frame. And I know that's hard for you to do, Rod.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you real quick. I have eight kids.
I have 7. And
I have 8 kids. I have kids of the age of these victims.
Me too.
So me as a parent, I don't know if it's my culture. Listen, I don't know if I'm United States citizen, born in Puerto Rico, and I don't know. I don't know if it's our Puerto Rican culture are very, very, very family orientated. I don't know if it's a difference between white people and Puerto Ricans. I don't know that. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
My ex is Peruvian, so let's go there.
No, Puerto Rican, different culture, honey. Different culture. It has nothing to do with how we believe and how we think and how we do things. But I want to be very clear. I have 8 children.
Yes.
If this happened to any one of my children, I'm the person that is going to be to the 100% accurate with all information, because I know I cannot involve my feelings in something that I need to get to the bottom of to get to know who did this.
It's pretty difficult to say what you would do, though, if in this situation.
Between like me as a Puerto Rican, me as a Puerto Rican, I'm a little stronger than now y'all want to cap out to emotion.
I will give you that. I will hand you that. Yes, I agree.
If it happened to one of your kids, Jrod, you'd be locked up.
This happened to my kids. It's a mob of people. Yeah, I say use the word. It's a mob of people. Moscow, Idaho, flipping the whole town up. No cops will stop me.
Yeah, but everybody acts.
If it was one of mine.
I go to jail.
You know what I mean? Everyone acts, and I'm respectfully saying this as well. Everybody is different. Everybody.
Listen, man, it hit different when I tell you, if that shit happened to any one of my kids, the only thing that you would have heard in Moscow, Idaho is man down, man down, man down. We need enforcement. We need enforcement. Please help. Man down, man down. Because I'm telling you, ain't no motherfucker gonna get in my way for me to find out who the fuck did this shit to my daughter. I don't give a fuck who the fuck you are. Listen, I got 2 AR and 4 Glocks ready to go right now. And I wish they would. I wish they would. Because I would take it all on them. Their bodies will literally catch on fire with a whole drum. I'm not fucking playing. These motherfuckers will catch on fire. And the floor. I'm not fucking playing. No one play with my kids. Period. I don't care who the fuck you are. You will spit bullets at your mouth. Call my bluff.
Behaves differently and reacts differently in different situations. I can't even say, I'll be honest with you guys, I can't even tell you how I would react because I've never experienced this. I want to say that I would be level-headed because of what I've gone through in my life and my career. Okay, right. We'll just put it that way. Because in some senses, but at the same time, I've tried to be professional as what I did for my career and went into a situation where I was very close to somebody that I had to put my hands on to try to save their lives, and I did not react the same way. Yes, I did do my job, but I had to have help. I had to step aside and lose my complete composure because of that situation. So I do agree. I agree with you on 40% of what you're saying, Jrod, respectfully. I really do. The other side of it, though, I have to say, I think emotions and a lot of what the Gonsalves family has spoke on, they're probably, in my opinion, the most emotional of all families involved in this because they've been involved 500% from the beginning. And you can see that they're emotional people. They're right there. They're in your face. They tell you what they feel. And I can't say that I don't believe that they have maybe misspoke at a few different scenarios or maybe misconstrued something based on emotion. Christy even said that Steve speaks sometimes in an emotional basis and it may not be completely correct. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with it at all.
She said he gets it different. She needs him to clarify it. My husband and I, when we went through this, because we live in a cold case. He was a foster child. I live in a cold case. I know what a cold case is. And I've never had any other information about any other case. I'm not here because of him, our child. I'm here because of this happening.
You're fine,
and
Carol.
the information I had, just so you guys know. But I will tell you this. My husband and I see it differently. We speak it differently. Pain is pain and loss is loss. And I was
take a breath, dear. Take a breath.
Take a breath, honey. I lost my mom at the age of 2 years old, so I know about pain.
Very sad. I'm sorry.
You don't have to speak right now. Just take a breath and relax. You don't have to speak right now. Okay.
Yeah. I want to say take a little break, King, so you could get your composure. Listen, I want to make sure because people act like because I talk in the way I talk, I have not gone through nothing. Listen, I got bullet holes in my body. Okay. I lost my mom when I was 2 years old. My dad, and I'm sorry, Dad, I have to do this to you. I love him. But my dad abandoned me a week after my mom died. So
that's tragic.
I
I'm sorry.
I have lost family members galore. I have lost people that have getting killed. My first bullet hole in my body, I lost few cousins.
Oh.
Right there, that I have to crawl my way under the benches to make sure those bullets don't get me. While I look to the side and my cousin is dead right by me.
Right.
So I know about pain. I know about pain since I was little.
Right.
I cannot give no benefit of the doubt due to pain to no one. I'm sorry. I'm just me. I don't want no one to agree with me. I don't want no one to agree with me.
I accept that and I understand it.
You know what I mean? I know the culture. I know the culture, and I want to say like this. I need to separate this because then I have to separate this. I know the culture, United States of America, is to look at the victims and the victims of the family a certain way. But if you ask me, when this crime occurred, the people that needed to be investigated, it was ex-partners, best friends, family members, everyone in the inner circle. That did not occur.
No, it did not. You're right.
That's a really good point, Jrod. Really
good point.
Can
I just say this?
Yeah, go ahead, honey.
Jrod, you're an American, and Americans get right, because my family has actually bought land in Puerto Rico, because you are as much of an American as I am. And people need to understand, Puerto Rico is a territory of our country, and it's and we're taking their money. We're not giving them anything else. That's what
Thank you, honey.
You're welcome. But I just want everybody to know.
I gotta apologize for my tough text on you. I had to actually go.
It's okay.
I had to go back. I had to go back to the tape and actually start listening to you in a different way. And I realized that I had to apologize to you because you were very clear on what you were saying, but then I had to disagree with if indeed you knew and your kids knew what happened and no one called the cops and stuff like that.
They didn't know. They didn't. They thought the police
were called.
Yeah,
right.
They did think.
Yeah, again, I gotta apologize to you though, because just as a parent, just like you know what I mean.
No hard feelings. No hard feelings, my friend. No hard feelings.
I think that's been done a lot from a lot of people, and that's fine. And I thank you for being that way, Jrod. I respect
the thing
that.
Is yours, right? And we're still talking about it 8 months later, and it's not going cold. So everybody's doing the right thing. So you can be mad at me, and if that got you here, I'm good. You know, I'm tough. I'm one of 50 cousins, the oldest of 6, and I have 7 children of my own. I can take it anything if we get to a resolve here.
You do, Kim. You have taken a lot. Listen, especially from me. Oh my God, this is why I gotta apologize to you.
It doesn't matter. It's okay.
It's like you know, because our takes are tough. Our takes are tough, and I can't sugarcoat it when it comes about real victims. And I just I wanna, before I step out, because I wanna take a little break. Just go. I need to do some things on my pages too. But before I step out, it made me sad when I knew that I confirmed by my own sources that it was no investigation done. The ex-boyfriend, like Jack the Court, did give an alibi, but that alibi, as you know, Kim, is from a friend that is part of the fraternity with him and some stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
So that alibi, it cannot be taken in the court of law as substantial, because it's a friendly alibi. It's an alibi from someone that he has a motive for for you. So if you already provided an alibi without him being investigated, that looks a little sus.
A lot sus.
Why you have to bring an alibi of anything when no one is looking at you like that? So obviously at some point he was being looked at, but not brought up to investigation. Because again, if they for example, if they're gonna investigate the court, they're gonna investigate John Jack Showalker, they're gonna investigate Dylan and Bethany and all of them, they have to declare them suspects in paperwork.
Correct.
As soon as they declare them suspects on paperwork, funds is gonna be added to that investigation. To then the investigation proceeds. That never happened. So my question is like, how we got to Kohberger, how they focus on Kohberger, with what they focus on Kohberger to even have a wild Elantra. Because if you ask me right now, as we speak, anything that could have brought up Kohberger to the conversation, it will not be sustained in court. just because then now you have to bring witnesses. Now you have to say, yeah, that was Kohberger in the car. Yeah, that was Kohberger's car. But why now you say that was Kohberger? The cell phone data and car information cannot be corroborated as far as the timeline goes, because it's no time of death for all victims.
That's right. It's
they investigated this. They investigated this like it was unalive. So like JC said, they investigated this like it was unalive instead of a death penalty case. Because if they would investigated this looking forward to a death penalty case against anyone, they would have time of death for all the victims, modem, how the death occurred, if it was like by losing blood or by impact. They would have all those details in hand.
Agree.
And they don't.
Not to interrupt, guys, but does anybody have any idea what the hell this is?
What?
That I have on screen?
Well, it says his release date is January 27th of 24.
What the hell is that about?
What does it say?
It gives Bryan's date of birth, his gender, his location, where, and that his release date is January 27th of 2024. What is that?
I think that we just take it down and we just say, I don't know what it is.
Who sent this crime sleuthing? Because you know, I love crime sleuthing. That's my girl. Who sent this though?
I'm gonna pop down and whoever sent it, send it up, and I'm gonna make a phone call right now.
Okay, Mama, you go ahead though. Kim, please,
right
whenever
now.
you get a chance, honey, come to my channel. I would love to talk to you, honey.
And I'll come up and talk to you, and I will. And you know what? I'm glad I know you, and I'm glad we had a conversation. Because
thank you, honey. I appreciate
I
you.
like you.
I like you too. I mean it on my heart.
I know. I like everybody. There's nobody I don't like, and I definitely don't hate. I might disagree, I might argue, but I love everybody, and we're all here for a reason. God put us here. We need to love each other.
And we're doing this for the victims. It's not for us.
Yeah,
This
it's not
is for the
us.
victims.
It has nothing to do with us.
It doesn't have nothing to do with me at all. Like, I just want the right person to fall in the hands of the justice, because it's unfair that these 4 victims went through this. Their family members went through this, and now they all have to be looked at in the way people are looking at them just because the PD didn't do their job right. If that was the case.
If that is, but it's awful strange.
You did
by
call
the way,
police, and that's a good thing. What?
I don't know if it's just something that was put out as a scam or whatever, but it's a little weird.
It's probably a scam, but
could it be the release date if they fail to meet the trial, the speedy trial? You know, like if the state doesn't fulfill his speedy trial rights, that's when he's going to get out.
Do that match the August 18 though? Do that match the August 18 day?
Doesn't seem to.
Again, I gotta say, I had a Papa Rogers. We have not confirmed who it is. We don't know who it is, but we had a Papa Rogers. Now we know who's Papa Rogers. Now we know. Now we know why. Oh man, it's like they looking for attention. They weird. You see, sis, do you see in the way they look for attention? You see, in a way they looking for attention. It's weird. It's like people that really have like they really do have like some mental issues. Like it's really something wrong with them. You know what I'm saying? That shit crazy. That shit crazy. But you see, they keep thinking they crazy until they meet someone crazier than them. They actually don't act crazy at all.
She read that
I hate to bring this down, but my ceiling is leaking from my bathroom, it looks like. So I need to shut this down, folks.
Oh, no good, Dago. All right, Papa.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right, guys. I love you
guys. I want to thank you all so very much. As
love you,
always,
Dago.
everybody on panel. Great show. Great panel.
Jesse, hit me up.
Hold on a minute, guys.
Dago, love you, Papa.
All right. Thank you all so very much, Mama Bear. Thank
Bye,
you
Mama
for
Bear.
everything.
Welcome.
Love
Bye.
ya.
Love ya.
Everybody in chat, love you guys to death. And I will see you all so very soon tomorrow. I'm hoping. Did you guys? Okay, they got it.
Oh, and we're not done yet. We are not done yet. We got the content. We have the content. Big shout out, and it hit different. Big shout out, and it hit different. When I have to send a shout out to my brother, Southern Logic. Big shout out, man. Your respect to my brother, Southern Logic. Big shout out to the guy. He's an amazing guy. I appreciate him so much. Big shout out to Southern Logic. It hit different content. Listen, we have the content. We do. Oh.
Jrod, what you been doing, bud? An alibi can't be given without full discovery. Without a full discovery, the prosecution could ambush the Kohberger alibi. You lost me on that one. An alibi would be from Kohberger. So it would be, he would be the one putting it in discovery to the prosecution. Help me understand what you're trying to say there, bud. Jrod, you want to come up and explain it to me? You're welcome to, bro. Because I don't get what you mean by that, but I'm not a lawyer, right? Oh, let's see. Let's put a link in the chat. Oh, no. That's not what I was trying to do. This is what I'm trying to do. Mama Stormy says she thinks he did it hands down. The evidence definitely, the evidence that we know about and the sequence that it's came out sure makes it look that way. And he may very well have. He may very well be guilty. It is worth noting, though, that there's a gag order, and we haven't heard from Kohberger's side outside of just the paperwork, the documents that they file, each motion that they're filing through the court process. But if we haven't heard his side and we haven't heard the full story from the prosecutor, that's why I say I have to stay open, because the prosecutor, they could have, okay, so some people watched the YNW Melly case, right? I hope some people did, because this is going to make a lot more sense to you if you did. They had a gang expert come on, wore a mask, covered his face, right? Because he had a $50,000 hit out on his head from testifying in some other case, because he's an undercover cop who infiltrates gangs and whatnot, right? Well, this guy comes on to the stand in the YNW Melly case, wearing his mask, saying he couldn't be seen because of that, covering his face from the jury, testifying to the jury about YNW Melly. And in that testimony, he's talking about the blood gang or whatever. And then he says that there is a white leader of that blood gang named Jacob Cherry. Now, Jacob Cherry is 1090 Jake, a YouTuber who does true crime, like hood documentaries in true crime, like hip hop true crime, if you will, you know? So that guy's not a treasurer in a gang. Street gangs don't work that way. Now, criminal enterprises work that way, and those people may be in a gang, but the way the gang expert described it seems silly. And he was saying that 1090 Jake was funneling money to the blood gang, but this is a person who's on YouTube making millions of dollars. Why? Right? It doesn't even make sense. It's almost laughable. These experts, they're not always perfect, right? And they're paid really good money to come and be an expert witness. That's how you have one expert say one thing and an expert in that same exact field be called from the other side and say something completely different, because their opinions can be paid for. That's what they're there to do, to sell their opinion. Think about that.
Thoughts, Martin?
Oh, should have bought Dixie. These weak store brand.
What's up, Jrod?
What's up, brother? Thank you for having me. I appreciate you so much.
Oh, yeah, bro. Now, what are you talking about with the discovery stuff? What do you mean by that? Because
I have echo, I think, on your side. I've been talking to Speak Bank Holding about this case. We collaborated and shared thoughts in this case. And basically, what's going on that he won't be able to provide an alibi without full discovery, and this is why the prosecution is being put in notice, because the prosecution is violating Kohberger's right to a speedy trial, and that's due to the evidential stuff. They postponed the August the 2nd court date, and then now they passed it to August 18, and it's due to prosecution having problems providing evidence.
Okay,
so if a certain point they don't provide the evidence on time, it's possibly there will be a dismissal for violating his prior speedy trial, which would be a technicism, and that'll be sad. That'll be sad because we want this guy to go through a full process, and we really don't want this guy to be walking out there due to a technicism. You know, we want to make sure that the whole full process it takes part, and if he's guilty or innocent, we'll be able to see that in court. Again, thank you for having me, brother. I appreciate you. It's been a long time since last time.
Oh yeah. So what you're saying though is that because the prosecutor hasn't turned over all the discovery that the defense has asked for, they're saying that because they don't have the discovery, that's why they're not turning in an alibi.
They did.
I agree with that partially, because they said that, but they also said that part of their alibi is going to require testimony from expert witnesses and cross-examination. So to me, that came off like they're saying that they're going to prove their alibi in trial, that they're not only going to show that the prosecutor can't prove the case, but they're going to give an alternate version of events and be able to prove their version of events by testimony of witnesses. That's what it sounded like to me. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what.
Technically, when I was when I was assessing the situation, we
hold on, Jrod. Hold on. They're saying there's a really bad echo somewhere. So let me see if I mute.
I think if you put your headphones, it won't come out your speaker. Because what's going on is the sound is coming out your speaker and headphones. You see, like if I didn't have these headphones, your voice will be on my speakers and on my microphone.
Right. Hold on 1 second then.
Oh, you're good, brother. Anything that you need to know about StreamYard, I got you. Big shout out to the chat room. Big shout out to the moderators. Thank you for everyone being here. Please make sure you click like and subscribe and share the content. We appreciate so much Southern Logic for having us here today. It's an honor. Thank you so much.
All right, Chad, is that better?
Mike. Oh, perfect.
Good deal. Good deal.
Big shout out to Mama Stormy. Glad to see you, honey.
So, you still on the train of you think Kohberger was framed?
No, you see, again, I think this is why I appreciate so much be around content creators like you, speak about hunting, harsh reality, like people that actually sit here and try to be as unbiased as possible. Like to do a lot of devil's advocate, and as we speak right now, um, I'm standing still. Like I believe that it was some discrepancies within the forensic processing from the very beginning. And due to those discrepancies, for example, the time of death is very important to have a perfect, like for a death penalty case. Again, if this was any less than a death penalty case, we could accept lesser low tech evidence. Um, but due to this is a death penalty case, we need to have pinpoint accuracy time of death for all four victims, mortem of death. We need to know how they die, when they die. So then all this other stuff that we're talking about, the car situation, the videos, the cell phone data and whatnot, could be taken into consideration. Again, no cell phone data, no car information. The DNA is already out the door, confirmed. So everything that they have technically was the DNA processing, but prosecution don't want to give out that whole situation. They already said to the court that they are not going to utilize. What's up, Richard? Glad to see you, buddy.
Hey, good to see you too. Aloha.
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 Prosecution already made a statement that they are not going to share the DNA situation on the knife sheet due to they don't want to provide the technicalities and the whole process to that. Also, I said that to say this, that the FBI advised prosecution to do not utilize this information from the very beginning, and they still did. I think that was like a little desperate move. That's just my personal opinion. And again, going back to the time of death and mortem of death for all four victims with pinpoint accuracy. They right now has a time of death based on cell phone activity. That's unheard of on the death penalty, especially with this type of case that is so complicated. Forest passes so many different parts from the prosecution, from the defense. It's a lot of big interest nationwide with this case. It's a little urgency from the community to get a resolution out of it. So I think the rush is being kind of like put in place. And again, forensics will not taken care of as they were supposed to. And that's not my opinion. Is actually confirmed with the evidence, the forensic evidence that is available, far as whatever they have shared. And again, when a professional in forensics tells me that all four victims got a time of death by cell phone activity.
Last year, I made $403,919.
That right there, it butchers the whole case, because then without time of death, we cannot have people accuracy.
What do you mean by what do you mean by that when you say that they say that all the victims, their time of death by cell phone? Are you talking about because Xana was on her phone at 4:12?
Yeah, they're utilizing the cell phone activity, which again, at this point, anyone could be on that phone. Like again, not having the time of death by forensics, we cannot accurately confirm that Xana was on her phone at that time. That could be anyone.
Yeah, that could have been anybody on her phone. You're right about that. The time that the crime took place, I think the timeline in my last live stream, we went through the timeline on that video that we did. And they have a pretty structured time of when Kohberger's phone and car left his apartment. And then they have an area where they know that his phone was turned off. My question there is his car equipped with anything that's going to have GPS on it? Because if not, yes, then anything after the point that his phone was turned off, you have a white Hyundai Elantra on video. Now, if it's a camera close by where obviously you're going to hit that car, and if you can take and you can match that car to the same car that's on the other videos, you have a clear enough picture of it, you're able to say that this is the exact same car, then you might be able to use those videos as tracking the car. But if you have 10 miles in between video of the car, you're in a college town and it's a Hyundai Elantra. So that's a popular car for college students. I'm not saying there's a ton of people with it. I'm not trying to give all the excuses for it, but it's not really an excuse it's just a reality of the situation. When you have a college town, you're going to have more than one or two people driving around in a white Hyundai Elantra, right? Yes. So if you don't have a consistent mapping of the car, then you're going to need to be able to show that this is the same vehicle. And then as far as I know, we don't have anything showing Bryan Kohberger is the driver of the car, or showing that Bryan Kohberger gets out of the car at King Road or around King Road or back into it. We don't have anything to show it was him. The only thing that we have tying him to the car and the trip that night is that his phone was there. But I would say for somebody like Bryan Kohberger, 28-year-old PhD student, I don't think it's impossible that he could have left his phone in his car, right? And then it'd be borrowed, used, anything. I don't see that as unreasonable. Like I've said a bunch of times, when every time I say that, I say, I'm not saying that that's happened, that he loaned somebody his car, he took his car. Just saying it's not unreasonable to believe it. Go ahead, Richard.
Okay. Hey, guys. Aloha. I am the Richard. I see everybody asking that. How is my audio? Do I sound okay?
Sound fine to me, bud.
I've got my AC on over here, and I'm not going to turn it off. I can position. Anywho.
You're fine.
Out the car. Oh, first of all, thank you very much, Southern Logic. Thank you very much.
Bud.
Jrod, love you, man.
Love you too, bro.
The car. Okay, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, and I looked it up a couple days ago to confirm. Back in August of 2022, there was a nationwide report of Hyundai and Elantras. I think it was. There's a TikTok challenge called the Elantra Challenge, and it's showing how to break in and steal cars.
It's the Kia boys, yeah.
Yeah, the Kia Challenge. I think it's called the Elantra, but yeah, it's like so many thousands, and it's national. It was on the national news, and that was 2 months. So I mean, that right there opens up the element of somebody could have taken his car. Now, you would see signs of a broken window most likely, because I believe they have to break the window. So, I mean, there's a double-edged thing there.
Yeah, definitely. It was the Kia boys, but it was all cars of that ilk, I guess. I don't know how to describe that, but I guess the more budget-friendly cars, they had bypassed for a cost-saving option to do with the ignition, so they were able to break the ignition off and use a USB cable to stick in and turn it and start the car when they shouldn't have been able to. And it was all cars like that. But yeah, they were called the Kia boys. It was a bunch of teenagers running around stealing cars. And yeah, I mean, I feel that's why I say I'm not saying that the car was stolen or that he let anybody borrow it. But I am saying that if he were to say that.
When my son and I moved in here.
Right. And then he went, said that he loaned somebody the car. The prosecutor then has to prove that he didn't do that. So it gets touchy with just like when I said the YNW Melly case, that case to me, just in my opinion, seems open and shut. You've got Melly getting in the car in the exact seat that the shooter was sitting in on video 45 minutes before. Phone tracks with the car all the way to the location where they stop and get out, which is after the two people had already been shot. Then you see the phone track around the car to stage a drive-by. And then Melly leaves the scene. And then the guy changes clothes, goes to the hospital, says they were in a drive-by. The medical examiner is able to tell that the shots that killed him came from inside the car and that the drive-by shots were post-mortem. It seems open and shut. But even in that case, you had a jury that deliberated for 13 hours and said, we're deadlocked. Some people believe he's guilty. Some people believe he's not guilty. So when I'm throwing out these, this could be that. This could be the defense of this. They could use this in the defense. Doesn't necessarily mean that I believe that the what I'm saying happened, but it is like it could be a defense. And then it's like, okay, well, if you believe that he's 100% guilty and there's no chance that he's the wrong guy or not the only guy, then.
By the way, the other side of YouTube true crime, is confirmed. I'm not gonna say the name, but this guy had like two invites in their panel, and but in the early live stream, the only early live stream that it was up, like it was like ours and shit. It was like the only big live stream on the case at the moment. So I knew they were talking about us. They say, oh, but they were saying this, the other, and the early live stream, and da. And you couldn't see the face of the content creator getting pissed off, like, why you gotta mention his name? Why you gotta mention Jrod? Who gives a fuck? Don't mention Jrod. Listen, man, they don't like me because they can't fuck with me, though. That's all what it is. They just don't like me because they can't fuck with me. That's it. That's like my last, how can I say, like my last understanding about that. But they were talking about us. They were talking about this live stream, the stuff that we were talking over here. They were going to the other channel and talk about, and then try to say things they will go against whatever we talk about to try to make Kohberger look guilty as fuck. And I'm like, dang, y'all wasted your time, dog. I was like, y'all wasted your time.
You have to be able to disprove his alternative version of events.
If you see it, the prosecution as well equally the defense, the prosecution has these things that they're calling evidence, such as pings, such as alleged photos of his car, these things. They're able that the more you stack them, the more believable they become, and it also works in the defense's manner as well. The more that you can stack the disprovals of the claims, as well as stack reasonable alibi type stuff. So where are we at right now? Because the defense does not want to give an alibi right now. They stayed silent, which I think is very good, because saying too much now is just like the defense, or I mean the prosecution, not saying enough. It's like a scale. Prosecution's not saying things, whereas but they want the defense to say things. So it goes both ways.
Welcome to Kehobnanian's Heritage Park. new construction, luxury single-family homes.
Oh yeah, go for it, Jrod.
Guys, if you give me the opportunity, I would love to interject with the vehicle situation. As we speak, we can say that was his vehicle that have to come up in court with the prosecution having evidence that confirms that was the vehicle, that indeed that was Kohberger's vehicle, that it was used as transport. Everybody's talking about that one license plate that the vehicle has. I would like to remember everyone that he needed to change his license plates by November the 2nd. We heard that very clear in the body cam footage when he got stopped. He needed to change license plates in November the 2nd. I believe that transaction did occur. He did change his license plates by November the 2nd, which was the deadline. So that means that the vehicle would have two license plates. The other thing that confirmed that, it was when the car was stopped in Indianapolis, in Indiana, the vehicle had Washington plates. So that means it had front and back license plates.
Yeah, well, while they were watching him, they have in the PCA where he renewed his plates. And it was after November, on the night of November the 13th, he hadn't renewed his plates yet. They have that in the PCA afterwards.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly where, but I remember reading it. So on that night in question, he did have one license plate.
Yeah, because it was November the 2nd, I think the deadline, right? And I don't think he would have risked like driveway we expired license plate, which increased the possibility of getting stopped. We transfer DNA if that was the case. You know, I mean, again, a lot of people make this guy be not very smart. I respect that opinion. I do respect everyone's opinion. But in this case, I believe that this guy would be responsible enough to actually change his license plates before the deadline, which was November the 2nd. I don't know what was going on with the PCA powers of that information. Again, they'll have to bring the proof to court that happened indeed. And I totally agree. We just need to have a little patience about it. But again, talking about the car situation, I think that they have to prove that it was his vehicle first, and then also the timeline cannot be made by cell phone data. We need to have time of death for all the victims, so we could sit down there and be like, okay, so it took him this much time, because the 8-minute timeline that is right now out there is inaccurate due to is no legit forensic data of time of death for every particular victim. We have time of death for each particular victim, and also the modem and the way they die, either due to impact, either due to bleeding. All that stuff will give you a perfect timeline that you could put together, that constellation, like Dr. Latina said, and that'll give you a pinpoint accuracy on how much time whoever did this took committing this crime. And then now we could adjust either if it was 8 hours delay, or it was longer, or it was shorter. You know?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I believe the medical examiner will have a time of death in their report for. It's just gagged and we don't get it right now. And we know about the cell phones, but I try to stay away from assuming they don't have basic, like there's no reason they wouldn't have a time of death by the medical examiner, but they may do something stupid like in the Alex Murdaugh trial where they use their hand in the armpit to determine time of death rather than the scientific method for determining the time of death. I don't know what that is because I'm not a forensics person, but whatever the scientific method is not sticking your hand under somebody's armpit. So hopefully they have a good scale and a grading for the time of death. But
the only reason why I mention it,
either verify or
the only reason why I mention it because it's already confirmed that they don't have no time of death. It's already confirmed.
Confirmed by who?
It's confirmed by Steve Goncalves.
I haven't seen that. If you can email me that, I would like to see it.
But it's being all shared on the news too. But I got you though. As soon as
I work a lot, but if
I
there's
send it
certain
to you.
stuff that I just won't see.
Yeah. So yeah, it's confirmed there is no time of death. The first thing that they said in the first press conference from outside the house, from outside the home, it was that it was 4 unalive victims. How can I say self unalive? They it seems that they declared self unalivement right away, and we believe that that could be the reason why they didn't work with the time of death, due to that they treated it as an unaliving instead of being a crime.
How could they hack themselves to death as an unaliving? That is absurd.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, I know, because like they in the first press conference, like outside the house, like in the very like day one, that was what the officer told the news, that he was a self unaliving. It's on video. I just gotta look for it and send it to you. But then I believe that the mentality and the psyche behind the whole processing of the crime scene, it was not accurate. Because again, if you are a seasoned veteran within forensics, as soon as you enter the home and see the crime scene, you know automatically this is a death penalty for whoever did this. So you have to treat this forensic situation accordingly to a future death penalty case, due to the recent massacre, so gruesome, and in the way it was. You know what I mean? Again,
well, this being their biggest case in 7 years, perhaps several of them are new, and I don't know, maybe I'm kind of joking in a way, but like Super Troopers, not necessarily, never really had to take something like this serious. So taken by surprise, taken off guard, definitely not prepared. Nobody in that area seems to have been prepared. And how could you be? I mean, it's a small town. It's like what we were talking about yesterday. Pullman and Moscow are like their own little state or community across the state line. It's like their own world right there, and they've never had to deal with this. So,
Yes. Thank you, Lady P, for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Anybody else who wants to support the channel, become a member. I'm sure one of the mods will throw a link down in the description. Also, if you'd like to do a super chat or super thanks or something, that's welcome, but it's not required. We're monetized on YouTube, so we get paid on YouTube. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I could only do this if you take money out of your pocket and give it to me, because I'm going to make money either way. Remember that when you're in anybody's chat. Now, you can make a lot more with a bunch of super chats, but you make money. There's a lot of ways to monetize YouTube. I really want to make a video about how the monetization works, so people that don't do YouTube will get an understanding and be able to see exactly around about what a YouTuber is possibly making, because there's a bunch of little algorithms that you could do to figure out about what people have. And then there's also Social Blade. So Social Blade can save between $3,000 and $50,000 a month, though. So Social Blade isn't the best part to go. If you look at the videos, look at the views, keep a number in mind, you'll be able to do it. But just wanted to throw that out there.
Regarding the phones, using those for tracking, I don't understand how that their logic there in any way, shape, or form. Because okay, so we noticed that Kiely and Maddie's did stop at 2:50 or whatever, a certain time, and
Kiely and Maddie's phone stopped.
Yeah, their activity.
Oh yeah, where they stopped calling John or Jack.
I guess that's what it is.
Yeah.
Whatever their activity supposedly stopped like right around exactly the same time. And the very first thing that I remember hearing was that they were going to be utilizing Bethany's phone, and then the story evolved that it was Bethany and Dylan's phone that they were going to be tracking the time of the incident. And the fact that it was Bethany always stuck out in my head. all of the different theories, this and that, la-di-da. There I go with the la-di-da again, Jrod. I'm going to go too far this time. Okay. So because Bethany's phone was mentioned, it stuck out in my head. And how could we utilize her phone? Even Dylan's phone, what would be on their phone that would allow us to be able to tell this is when the situation happened? That's my question.
As we speak right now, it's really not accurate data by phone that it will confirm time of death or modem.
Oh well, on Dylan,
you know what I mean?
With Dylan Mortensen's phone, it could really tell us a lot. It could tell us if she was active on her phone between the times that the murder supposedly happened and the time 911 was called. Well, you know, whether she was awake or up, doing things on her phone, calling anybody, texting anybody, any discussions that had happened previous in the night or later after that, you know, not accusing the girl, you know, but yeah, everybody's, you know, nobody's perfect, and everybody is the possibility to do some crazy stuff, right? Like a lot of people want to say, well, she's a victim too. Well, she was in the house. YNW Melly a victim too? Because that was his two best friends that got shot. It does, and there doesn't seem to be a motive, right? So I'm not saying she did do anything, but I am saying that just because she's a girl and a roommate, a young, somewhat wealthy white girl, doesn't necessarily mean that she didn't do anything wrong or that she couldn't possibly have anything to do with it, or that, oh, well, it wouldn't make sense because of this or that. We don't know what we don't know, right? And I think her story brings a lot of questions, you know, like Dylan's story of how things happen, what she heard, and the way it's written up in the PCA. It doesn't make sense to be like, maybe at trial when she testifies, if she does testify, or they play her deposition or whatever, when they do that, maybe her story it'll make sense. Maybe everything will come together, right? But if it doesn't, the defense are going to rip it to shreds because it's really faulty as far as what the public knows about her statement and what she said that night. And then with Bethany Funk, there's so much, like, where did maybe you know this, Jrod, because I don't. I've been asking this and nobody's gave me a good answer. Where did the idea that Bethany Funk saw a guy run out of the house naked at 2-something in the morning?
Well,
where did that come from?
I believe that
what makes Arcade tight is they have all these sounds for space. You know, it's just a bunch of cool sounds.
I don't know. In reality, I would like to believe that it was an narrative, because I haven't seen it nowhere as far as paperwork goes. I have not seen it on paperwork. So if I don't see on paperwork, I have to estimate that it was a narrative. Because we don't have no paperwork confirmation of that though.
Right. Yeah. I haven't seen that anywhere that would be anything verified or anything anywhere close to the PCA. It doesn't have anything like that in it. I know a lot of people, they just watch the videos on YouTube to keep up with it. They don't do the research. So when certain YouTubers start saying this and that, they take it at face value and repeat it, and it becomes, you know, spread through the community, and then you hear it and you can't find it. And you don't want to just throw it out the window because it might be valuable information. But if you can't find it, then nobody can tell you where it came from. It's probably not legitimate, you know.
And also, I appreciate that you brought up the case of YWN Melly, due to in that case is all circumstantial evidence, just as well the Bryan Kohberger case. Both cases are based on circumstantial evidence. The only difference between both cases is in the YWN Melly, he does have a connection and a link due to it was camera footage, placing him on the seat that the shooter was supposed to be.
Right.
So that's the connection. Even though it's no murder weapon, even though he changed clothes, took showers, whatever he did, we don't know. but it's a connection far as circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, they were his best friends. Yeah.
Due to the paperwork that Ann Taylor has pushed, and again, she's I don't believe that she will ruin her whole legal career lying in court and saying that it was no connection between Kohberger and the victims. So I believe, in my personal opinion, this is just my personal opinion, I believe that she got into the forensics of the vehicle, which is confirmed that it was no trace DNA, nor no type of detergents, they like bleach or something that it would hide evidence or whatnot. And even though a high process of cleaning would occur, the detergents utilized for that cleaning would show up in the testing. Also, it would be between detergents and DNA, so it would be a mixture. It would show up. So as we speak, far as transfer DNA on the vehicle, is nothing there yet. And also forensics within the computer of the vehicle will tell you pinpoint accuracy within the day and how far the vehicle went. You know, like they will have it by now, a good idea of what that vehicle did that night.
Yeah. Okay. So, Lucy Gigi, where we're getting that they didn't find any blood in the vehicle is that the defense turned in a motion that says that they didn't find any DNA evidence linking the victims to Kohberger's car, apartment, storage, or home. When they say home and apartment, I'm assuming they mean his apartment and his parents' home. But the defense turned in a motion in the courts to the prosecution saying that. So there was no denial that wasn't the case by the prosecutors, and I feel like they would have come out and denied it.
Exactly right, and that she would be perjured. She would her career would be over. So why would she take that chance to lie? So therefore, like you said, it wasn't denied. So
yeah, I don't think that she will ruin her career. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Correct.
That makes us wonder, though. Obviously, I'm speculating like everybody else, and I don't flag if he's innocent or guilty. I want justice for the victims. I want to find the bad guy. So if he is not the bad guy, then I certainly hope that the tentacles of law enforcement are onto other people, and hopefully they're backtracking. Certainly, and you feel that. Let's see. How would this case go? Would they have to go completely restart? Are they hiding something? I mean, not, gag order, not telling us. Maybe they already have a couple people, but why wouldn't they tell us?
The only problem that we could see here, for example, if by any chance they miss this opportunity with Kohberger, they'll have to go to square zero. The only thing that is confirmed that they did not do was investigating the inner circle. A lot of people say like they did investigate this and that. They cleared people right away. So that means that they did investigation. The problem here is there is no paperwork at all whatsoever that they place anyone from the inner circle of the victims as suspects.
Right.
No Jack Decor, no Dylan, no one from the inner circle, no family members, no immediate friends, no past sex partners or whatnot. Go ahead, Richard.
And all cleared within 24 hours on the scene without taking them to separate locations, correct?
Yes, correct. And I want to make clear so some people that don't understand one thing. Kohberger has not given an alibi, right? Guess who already has an alibi since day one?
I know.
Jack Decor. And it's an alibi that it cannot be used in the court of law because it's an alibi of a friend from the fraternity, member of the fraternity. So he's what is called in Idaho a friendly alibi with a proper investigation could be broken apart because he's not reliable in court.
Are you talking about the video gaming? They were gaming that night or something? Is that?
Yeah, they said something about the girlfriend of the guy that is the alibi for the court. She went back to Pullman, and allegedly the court and the guy went to the court residence. The only problem with that is that the court was nowhere to be found to pick up his dog early morning that day. He was not on his home. They knock on his door, they look for him, they try to call him, no answer the phone, no one answered the door at the house. And that's why the dog, Murphy, the dog, ended up going to the dog pound and got picked up by the court days, I think a day later. That was actually the same day that allegedly he went to the Goncalves home to get butt naked and show them that he had nothing to do with that, which they say, I'm sorry to say, people don't like me for this, but Steve Goncalves said that Jack Decor went the same day of the occurrence to his home to get butt naked in front of him. But indeed, the mom, Goncalves' mom, admitted that that was not accurate. He went the next day. So when you see a little inconsistency there, I know the emotions take a toll on family members, and sometimes it's hard to react proper, and sometimes you're just gonna say things just because you're in shock, and you're just trying to at the moment just say whatever it comes to your head, just giving them a little leeway there. But when you
imagine.
When you see a little inconsistency as far as the information provider from the family of one of the victims, then we have to rate just a little red flag, just a little, not a big one, but just a little red flag as far as let's dig in a little bit what's really going on here. Because if we cannot rely on that statement that Jack Decor was at his home and he physically cleared that he didn't have no marks and nothing on his body. And then Goncalves' mom said on the Cold Turkey show, the Drunk Turkey show, said that that was not accurate, that was the day after. Then we have to just step back real quick from that information and be like, let's just leave that alone. Let's just look around that and not go by that, because then we could compromise our own information.
What I think was said around that at the beginning with Chronicles of Olivia was that Jack Decor came over the next day and they made him show that his arms and back and making sure he didn't have any bruises or anything. I haven't heard anything after that to where it was one person said one thing, another person says different. Like I said, I work a lot. I don't see every piece of content that comes out. I didn't watch a bunch of it with Kaylee's family because they're not being told information, and I'm trying. I try my best to catch any relevant information about the case. But when it comes to the gossip around the case of what this person said about this person or that, I don't catch all of that because, I'm working like 70 hours a week. Like,
and I know you, brother, like you are very delicate with information that cannot be confirmed. Like I know that you trying to keep it crystal clean. And you're not gonna, interact with rumors. Like you rather to have more accurate information that you could rely on. And I know you don't like to go by rumors. Me neither. Like I got to the point that I had to step back from a lot of information that was coming to my way, and I had to step back from that information, and I needed to do my own homework a little bit more meticulously. And again, it's all due to public information, because we really don't have like the intricacy of the inner works of the case. So we could only go by whatever is being shared by, I guess, the social media, news stations, and whatever we get here in YouTube and stuff. I do my reach out again. I did reach out twice to Moscow PD, and I did have conversation with them the first time, long time ago, before Kohberger got arrested. And then after he got arrested, I called again to have a conversation with Captain Dillinger, and I was making just emphasis and reinforcing some information that we had already in hand. And I wanted them to at least double check on this one particular information that we have. And he told me that again. He told me, Jrod, I cannot tell you about that. And I was like, but at least as long as you acknowledge.
What the You are nothing.
For me, that's enough. That you acknowledge that this particular information is available. And if you could look into that, like I told him, if you could look into that and just, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But at least I wanted to make sure that I enforce that side of my information. And they appreciate it. Like, again, big shout out to Moscow PD. I don't have not one bad experience talking to them. Not one. Because again, last time I called to talk to Chief Fry, and the Chief Fry was not available, and they passed me with a captain. They could have passed me with a sergeant. They could have passed me with any peon from underneath, but they passed me with a captain, which I appreciate, giving me a little bit of time to just refresh whatever information we have spoken before.
Yeah, I'm not against talking about the rumors that's going on, right? That is part of what I do. I'm not against talking about rumors, but only just unsubstantiated rumors. Like I don't like the rumors that nobody knows where they came from, and there's nobody standing up speaking about it or saying anything about it. And it's just, like when it comes to all the Payne stuff, Officer Payne, with certain things about him has been said that there's no record to show, and there's nobody coming out to say it. So rumors like that I'll stay away from. But if somebody is coming forward, like the Drunk Turkey Show has people sometimes that call in and they're locals and they're telling about this or that, you got to take all that with a grain of salt, right? And T-Rev's channel has people call in and say stuff, and if you're from that area and you're talking about it, if you're from that area and you're talking about it, I want to hear it.
I was like this with T-Rev like 5 to 6 months ago. We was like this, but big shout out to him though. I wish him nothing but the best, and he's having a great career in YouTube right now. So it's no hate from our part. He's doing great.
See, I like T-Rev. I like a few. I venture my tentacles are in all of the channels, right? Don't agree or we don't agree in certain ways, this and that. It doesn't mean that we can't venture across the territories. And because you go to somebody's, I was watching somebody last night that honestly I can't really stand. So information, there's always something to be learned and gained, and it's nothing personal or anything like that. We learn from going into places that make us not necessarily feel comfortable. And trust me, I've never been in chat in this person's channel, so you don't know who I'm talking about. It's somebody that I just discovered, recently. So,
Southern, do you like me to answer the chat on the night shift?
What about the night shift?
I think that I just seen someone in the chat that they had like they wanted to know something about the night shift.
The knife sheath, it had touched DNA on it. It's a minuscule amount of DNA. It wasn't found by the first people, but it was found by the second lab that it was sent to put it was found, but it couldn't put a profile together at the second lab. And it is a match to Bryan Kohberger. But I will say that I have had a lot of emails back and forth with people about the octillia whatever and the method of testing for it. I don't know anything about that. I get down with conspiracies too, right? If a conspiracy makes sense, if I see it, if it seems logical and like it could be real to me, I'm game for a conspiracy. They're fun, right? And if you could prove it, then great. But I have a hard time believing that they're planting the knife sheath and planting his DNA when he has no reason to be involved, and they just randomly pick this random person who happened to be driving through the neighborhood that night and plant their DNA or something. Maybe there's more to that touch DNA maybe that's not from that night, right? Because we don't, touch DNA doesn't tell when he touched that knife sheath. It could have been at any point in time in history, but it was the only DNA found on the knife sheath that was there. I think it's going to be something that he's going to have to defend himself against in court and give, if he's going to tell the jury that that's not his, that he didn't have anything to do with that, they're going to have an alternate explanation for how it got there. And at the end of the day, his DNA being at the crime scene underneath one of the victims, it looks bad.
Well, certain facts that we know. We do know that the sheath was not found by the initial two officers. It was found 4 hours later by Corporal Brett Payne at the time. And then at the end of the month, Brett Payne flew out to Pennsylvania to be the first one to interview him for 15 minutes, off the record, no body cam, no notes, no nothing. So, I mean, there are very interesting facts to be known. Whether or not it's malevolent, that's a whole different, I mean, that's a possibility, though. There's also the chance that it was set there on purpose and that this case is a lot bigger. So,
no offense, but if you think ChatGPT is the best way to earn extra income, you've got it wrong.
There's a real estate side hustle that lets you flip houses in a day without investing any of your own money.
I'm not going to
talking about that though, if you allow me, Southern. We don't know at this point right now as we speak. Far as the paperwork goes, again, I want to always go back to the paperwork. I have learned to. Because sometimes I just can't like let my imagination fly a little too far away from reality, and that's just in my personal particular case. But right now, as we speak, we don't know if it's either the corporal or the sergeant. We don't know if either one of them are in the Brady and Giglio. We believe that the only reason why the Brady and Giglio was brought up to the case and to the attention of the authorities of the court was because someone they have not shared who. Right. So at this day we cannot say if he's Payne or if he's the sergeant or the corporal.
We don't know that it has anything to do with this case. It just someone who worked on this case did something that required Brady Giglio, required discovery to the defense. Yes.
Yeah, because they had to brought it up to the table. Like if anyone from the officers involved in the investigation has a Brady and Giglio listing, they have to bring it to the table far as that one particular case, in this case, the Kohberger case. They have to brought it up to court, like, hey, just in case, this is the Giglio list, and it has to do with someone involved in the investigation. They didn't say who, but again, they wouldn't brought up a Brady and Giglio list if no one from the agency they was investigating the case were in that list. You know, like it wouldn't be necessary to mention that.
Right.
Well, who brought it up though? Who brought it up though? Because in the prosecution's defense, if the defense brought it up, then it could be just a tactic. So if the prosecution brought it up, then that would be legit. Like, hey, just to let you know. I mean, it's important regardless. If there's a freaking Brady Giglio thing going on, then everybody needs to know about it. That's very
right. It was brought up. It was turned over. They brought it up in the hearing back. It's been a while now, but it was basically we didn't get any information about it. We only got information that it was a Brady Giglio situation, that there was something going on with, well, we only got the news that it was a Brady Giglio situation, but that meant, according to the lawyers reporting on it in the news, that someone involved with the case on the prosecution side, detectives, cops, had done something that the defense needed to be aware of because it could cause an issue with the case. It doesn't necessarily mean that they did something wrong in this case. It could, but it doesn't. It could be they worked on this case and then they did something wrong on a different case. So that has to be made. The defense has to be aware that that cop who maybe interviewed somebody had twisted a story on another case at some point.
Right.
It could be that, or it could be something serious, like somebody caught trying to destroy or plant evidence, which is highly unlikely, but that's just the range.
It's just a testimony of their credibility. That's all what it is. You know,
the ramifications is just that it's a testimony. That's right. There are ramifications. Doesn't matter how small, because I think it was probably Stickergate. So that Stickergate thing will probably have something to play in here, most likely.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I let everyone know we actually when I say me, I include my collaborators, Speak Van Holden. We both agree that we really would like to see the prosecution coming forward with the DNA situation. We really want the prosecution to come clean and give the defense all information available about that, even John, thank you so much for everything. Have a good morning, honey. Have a good sleep. We'll see you soon, okay? Hit me up anytime. Good night, sis. Very good job today. And as always, we love you. And though if it's not going to be used on trial, the defense should be allowed to have that information due to the information we assume, and I want to make clear, keyword, assume that it was utilized on the grand jury for the procedures.
Right.
So
hey,
go ahead, brother.
Bryan, hey, y'all. Turn your camera on real quick so I can add you, so I know we're not going to get flashed by something. Or if you're Brian Hoffman,
we have those.
Let me know that, because I can't hear. I just see no camera and a name. If it's Hoffman, I know you, bud. I know you're good. But otherwise, I have to see you first. You don't have to have a camera on while you're talking, but you have to have a camera on so I can see who you are before I stream you. Okay, so it is Brian. You are the one that joined the stream here. Are you there, Brian? Hello?
Uh-oh.
Troll. Oh, my God. You gotta love him, though.
Yeah.
At least he didn't turn on the camera, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Brian Hoffman saying that it's him, but then I don't know. That was sketchy.
I think he wanted me to set it up. I think he wanted me to set it up because I've had this thing. Every time I see him now, I call him Brian Ageddon, like Armageddon. Uh-oh, here comes Ageddon. So boom, 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 boom. All right, here comes the Brian Ageddon.
This only happens Southern Logic. Big shout out to you, brother. Big shout out.
Dependability. It's a reputation you've earned from doing things the right way.
Oh my God. Big shout out to the chat. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Big shout out to the mods in the chat. Thank you so much.
All right. Brian, you there this time?
Come on, man.
He's a nut. Oh. He sends some very interesting emails sometimes, though. Just crazy, huh?
Thank you for having me here, brother. I appreciate you. Assume that it was utilized on the grand jury for the procedures.
Right.
So
hey,
go ahead, brother.
Brian, hey, y'all. Turn your camera on real quick so I can add you, so I know we're not going to get flashed by something. Or if you're Brian Hoffman,
we have those.
Let me know that, because I can't hear. I just see no camera and a name. If it's Hoffman, I know you, bud. I know you're good. But otherwise, I have to see you first. You don't have to have a camera on while you're talking, but you have to have a camera on so I can see who you are before I stream you. Okay, so it is Bryan. You are the one that joined the stream here. Are you there, Bryan? Hello?
Uh-oh.
Troll. Oh my God. You gotta love him though.
Yeah.
At least he didn't turn on the camera though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Brian Hoffman saying that it's him, but then I don't know. That was sketchy.
I think he wanted me to set it up. I think he wanted me to set it up because I've had this thing. Every time I see him now, I call him Brian Ageddon, like Armageddon. Uh-oh, here comes Armageddon. So boom, 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 boom. All right, here comes the Brian Ageddon.
This only happens Southern Logic. Big shout out to you, brother. Big shout out. Oh my God. Big shout out to the chat. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Big shout out to the mods in the chat. Thank you so much.
All right. Brian, you there this time?
Come on, man.
He's a nut. Oh. He sends some very interesting emails sometimes, though. Just crazy, huh?
It was me, the one saying, it was me. It was me. I had to do it. 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 It was perfect. I couldn't avoid the opportunity to do it. Thank you for having me here, brother. I appreciate you so much. I miss talking to you, brother. You're a cool-headed guy. You know what I mean? Thank you, brother.
Oh, yeah.
But again, like we were saying about the DNA, we really will appreciate the prosecution come clean with the DNA, even though if they, let's say, for example, if they're not going to use it, I mean, the only thing they have to do is just keep the discovery first as that information. Because again, a lot of people, a lot of content creators, a lot of news stations, and the conversation is all based on the night shift and the DNA. At this day today, we could tell that a lot of content creators, they have the hate for Kohberger, and they being biased as far as the information go on very unconstitutional. I believe that, I mean, I'm not going to mention names. The first time it was him. The first time was him. I have to be clear, Jackie. The first time was him. The first time it was him. It was him on the phone doing the. So when he came back up the second time, I was like, well, might as well let me do the same thing he was doing. And I think Souther thought that it was him, but it was me. You see me? You see my face? You see my face? I couldn't avoid it. I couldn't avoid it. I had to do 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 it. Perfect synchronization. Perfect synchronization. This moment is gonna go to history as one of my best moments at Southern Logic show. One of my best moments. Best highlight ever. Of course, respecting the platform. We just want that information to be brought up to fruition and be shared with the defense. So like that, either or is going to be used or not. We us as the viewers and as followers of the case, we be able to at least get to a conclusion what this DNA was all about. Like if this is legit or what's going on. Because at this day today, again, them not utilizing it after they mention it so much, after the news stations, I was about to say the name, sorry, but the news stations are so with the emphasis of the DNA, the night shift, like this, that's the smoking gun. And at least I believe that it would be fair to the community that information to be shared. So either or have a resolution as far as those details.
It's really